Hello everybody, I just want to say we will start in like 5 minutes, so can I ask everybody to move from that place to their seats, and we will start, as I say, at like 5 minutes, thanks.
You ready?
Yeah, sure.
When did the party end?
That's a question on you.
I was in my bed.
So you will open the...
Or is yours?
Yeah.
The left one.
Hello. Good morning. I see family faces from yesterday night. You slept well? At the end I found my bed. So, but I noticed that I forgot to get my last drink. It's totally my fault. Hello, I'm Gerina Trautenbergera. I'm Managing Director of Ecis Den, the European Creative Business Network. And the conference today is the final day of a long preparation, so to say. And we started on the 24th of April with an opening where we welcomed we welcomed politicians from all over the world and also had a keynote speech from President van der Leyen and Commissioner Gabriel, where they addressed the urgency of climate change and what it means and how the creative industries can contribute. And we pledged to say, well, we work half a year on that, how our members, how our constituency, you could say, or how our community can contribute to solve the immediate crisis. And we found with Creative Prague a really nice partner to have our final conference in Prague. So thank you on that behalf again for this really good organization, for this really nice final ending of our conference. And today, yeah, sure. So for yesterday we had our stakeholder forum or policy forum first. We talked about politics, innovation, heritage, and evidence. We tried to look, what is happening in the Czech Republic, what is happening on European level, what is needed. Of course, the crisis, the multiple crises were addressed from politicians. Also, the war in Ukraine. The second part was the stakeholder forum, where we talked about the green creative economy, about CCI greening, up and reskilling, what it needs for our community to understand the urgency on one hand, but also to understand what they can do to help in greening our economy. And of course the crisis mode. So what does it mean to be in a constant crisis, and what it means to work under very precarious conditions. The last part we had yesterday was also the networking party. I explained already, and maybe that's also why I'm slowly speaking, so to say. So we got to know the lovely place in the mid of the town. I'm totally jealous about your office. I'm so jealous, I can't tell you. No, it was a great fun night actually. So today we want to also come back and see, we had from north to south, from east to west projects, from very high top to the very low end. But we want to also see what's going on locally. What does it mean for the local community to work within the CCIs? What does it mean? How we can organize? How we can contribute? How we can show what we are doing? I mean, the first part will be Dries. He will talk about his, now big enterprise, so to say. I mean, you could call it enterprise. It's not the company itself, but it's really an endeavor, so to say. But also what it means, starting from very small communities. Then Petra will show us the local projects, the presentation, how the Czech can inspire Europe. Then we will have a short lunch break, and then from the last part is about we talk about what we envision to work in the future with Creative Prague and the so-called RIS area in the research in the regional innovation system for the EIT. Yeah, so I hope I could give you a short update what's going on today and what happened yesterday and the last half year. And Peter, please. No. You see, I'm totally not aware. Dries, come to the stage. Dries is the founder of Drupal, creator and project lead. And just to give you an idea, Drupal is 2% of all the world's websites use Drupal. Yeah, so that's, it's a small percentage, but a huge number at the end. 35,000 active contributors around the world working on this system. So it's not like a crazy little guys, teenagers doing something. It's really a huge endeavor. Dries has been working on Drupal for 20 years now, so it's a celebration also, 20 years. And 2007, Dries also co-founded Acquia and helped it to grow over 1,400 employees. Yeah, so you see, very small, very big. Acquia is a technology company that provides solutions to build, operate, and optimize digital customer experience. But I guess you can explain it better than me what this means. So please, the floor is yours. Also, sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to add one thing. You you can ask questions through Sli.do, and also for the online visitors, you will have all necessary information about Sli.do. And if you want to ask Dries for everything, don't hesitate.
Sounds good. Good morning, everybody. How was your night last night? Was it good? Yeah. How many of you have heard about Drupal, actually? All right. Wow. that's maybe half of the room. That's great. Thank you. For those that have not heard about Drupal, don't worry, I'll explain it a little bit. But I also wanted to talk more about like how Drupal works and some of the collaboration models that we have, and that maybe hopefully that inspires you, to either get involved with open source or to adopt some of the similar ideas. So this is me. I was already introduced, but as mentioned, I started Drupal many years ago. I actually started it in my dorm room in Antwerp. I was a student, I studied computer science, and at the time I just wanted to build a message board to exchange messages with my friends, and that kind of spiraled out of control. I never set out to build something like Drupal that would be used by so many websites in the world. And as mentioned, I also started a company, venture-backed company, and we grew to now actually over 1,500 people. So this is me in my dorm. Well, not in my dorm, but this is me giving my first ever Drupal presentation, wearing my first ever Drupal t-shirt. Now with like hundreds of t-shirts with Drupal things on over the years, but that's where it all started. If you don't know Drupal is essentially software. It's software that organizations or individuals can use to build websites. And it can be any kind of website. It could be a small blog, it could be a very large e-commerce website, or anything in between. And I'll talk a little bit more about what's special about Drupal in a second, but just knowing that it is software to build websites is good for now. We have a lot of contributors to Drupal, people all around the world that help build the software. It's a little bit like Wikipedia, if you're familiar with that, which is written by people all around the world. Similarly, we have thousands of people contributing to Drupal. And 2% of all the websites in the world use Drupal, which is a small percentage in a way, but at the same time, that's a lot of websites, millions of websites that use Drupal. And then if you look at the more enterprise websites, as we call it, these are the larger, more complex websites. It's actually 1 in 8 websites in the world that use Drupal. And I'll give a few quick examples here in a second. Basically, every artist in the world uses Drupal, which is kind of cool. From Lady Gaga to Justin Bieber to the Beatles to Metallica. They all use Drupal, and they use Drupal because Drupal gives them a lot of creative freedom. They can build very cool and innovative sites that way. A lot of nonprofits use Drupal. You can see some of the names here, like UNICEF and Doctors Without Borders and Greenpeace and Amnesty International. They've all built Drupal sites. I actually just met with UNICEF yesterday. They sent some of their leadership team to Prague because we had a Drupal conference here the last few days. Maybe some of you were there, I don't know. But we had about 1,200 people attend the conference, including some members from the UNICEF team, and they have 200-something websites. They're a global fundraising platform using Drupal, and that is true for most of the organizations that you see on this slide. The Olympics uses Drupal. This is obviously an example of a very large website. I don't know if you know, but according to them, the Olympics is the largest digital event in the world. And so they get billions of visitors. And so it's a good example of how Drupal can be used for a site that has obviously a lot of content in multiple languages and that can manage a lot of traffic. So it's not just small sites, it's large sites as well. EIT uses Drupal, which is nice. The European Commission itself uses Drupal too for their main website, which is also a very complex website because it has to be made available in a lot of different languages. And so some of the strengths of Drupal is that it's so multilingual. Let's see, I have a couple more examples and then I'll jump into kind of telling you a little bit more about how we work and what we do. I tried to look very quickly for some examples in the Czech Republic, because I imagined many of you are from the Czech Republic here. And so I don't know if these are good examples or bad examples, but I think it's your radio, stations. I think they have about 25 websites on Drupal, which is kind of nice. The COVID portal, maybe not the site you want to visit, but probably has a lot of visitors, and that's built with Drupal. I think this is one of the universities here. Is it a good university? Oh, yeah? So. Anyway, I don't know much about them, but they use Drupal, and a lot of universities use Drupal. All right, so that gives you hopefully an idea of what Drupal is and what it can do. It can do more than just websites. We talk about digital experiences, and that's because in today's world, we've really moved away from just having websites, right? If you think about what organizations need today, yes, they need a website, but often they also have a mobile application, or they have to have support for chatbots, or they have to integrate with voice assistants as well, like maybe Siri and Alexa. And so that's why we talk about digital experiences and not just about websites. And Drupal can power all of these things. But what's special about Drupal is that it's open source. And I'm sure most of you know what open source is, but essentially open source gives you 4 freedoms. One is the freedom to look at the software, to look at the code, so you can see how it's built. You can read every single line of code. The second freedom is to make changes. So not only do we give you the code, and you can use the software for free, but you can also make changes to it. And then the next freedom is that we allow you to share these freedoms, these changes with other people. And so the fact that Drupal is open source at the core is a license. It's a software license, but that license leads to collaboration. It leads to people working together on making the software better. And as mentioned, we have thousands of people actively contributing code to the project. And when you have all of these people contributing code, that leads to community, and eventually a very large community like Drupal's leads to a lot of innovation. And to put that in perspective, Drupal.org, our website, for some strange reason, we have 1.2 million unique visitors a month, which every time I say that, I'm like, whoa, how did that happen? Because face it, it's a kind of a boring website. It's not like you go to Drupal.org to get the latest news in the world. No, you go to that website to work together on Drupal with other people. And 1.2 million people each month visit our website. It's incredible, right? And so if you think about who Drupal competes with, it's often the Adobes, the Microsoft, the Sitecores, and the Optimizely's of the world. These are well-funded, multi-billion-dollar organizations. But guess what? Because we're open source, because we have such a large community, we're actually bigger than them. You know, they don't have 1.2 million engineers working on their content management system, right? They have maybe a few hundreds. But Drupal, we have so many. And of course, a lot of them are working on Drupal in their spare time. It's not everybody's full-time job, right? But that doesn't matter. Like together, we've built something pretty cool. And here's a quick photo of the very first Drupal conference. And I helped organize it in my hometown in Antwerp, in Belgium. And this was in 2005, and I started the Drupal project in 2001. And it was just a hobby project. It's what I would work on at night, on the weekends. It was just for fun. And in 2005, so 4 years into Drupal, I said, you know what, we're going to organize the first Drupal conference. And 30 people showed up. And at the time, I could not believe that there was 30 people in the world that would be willing to travel to Antwerp to talk about Drupal for a week. Because up until that point, I didn't talk about Drupal to anyone. Like, it's not something I would talk to my wife about. It wasn't something I would talk to my friends about. It was just something that I did at night in my spare time, and it wasn't really, sort of a conversation topic for me. Anyway, so we have 30 people that show up at DrupalCon, and we talked about Drupal for 1 week. And that was a lot of fun, and so we kept organizing these conferences, and we've been doing them. I think we've had like over 30 right now. And they've grown quite a bit, so maybe fast forward to 2011, and we had over 3,000 people in Chicago. Really crazy to see how Drupal has grown so fast. And I remember going to Chicago, and we went to the Sheraton Hotel, which you see in the photo, and we said, we want to organize a conference. We think 3,000 something people will come, and we would like to rent the entire hotel. Is that possible? And I forgot the exact numbers, but I think they said, well, you can, but it's going to be like $1.6 million or something. And we said, well, take it. And so we rented the Sheraton for 1 week. And we basically converted it into, we called it the Drupal Tower, I think was the name. And it was amazing. You know, it was filled with Drupal people. And when people checked in for the conference, we gave them like a little bag, you know, with the program guide and all of these things. And in the bag, we put some Drupal pajamas. Really cool. And it was amazing because we would go out and drink at night, and then we would come back to the hotel. And you could literally walk into the hotel lobby at 2 or 3 a.m., and you would find like 100 people wearing their Drupal pajamas, writing software. They would be sitting on the floor, collaborating on making Drupal better. So pretty amazing community. And so we've done a lot of these events, and we, as I said, we just had our DrupalCon in Prague. We just wrapped it up. It's very exhausting. So Kristen, who's sitting there, and she's part of the Drupal Association. We're both a little tired. This is the last day for us as well. And so over the years, we've done a lot of these events, and not just DrupalCons, but we have many others, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what's really cool is to see how people have collaborated and innovated in the Drupal project, because some of Drupal is maybe top-down. It's maybe me saying, hey, let's do this and let's do that. But a lot of the innovation just comes from all the people in the project. It's people like waking up in the morning with a great idea and saying, you know what, I'm going to go build this today. And so by the end of the day, they've built it and they've contributed, and other people start using it. It's really special to see that kind of grassroots innovation where so many people have so many great ideas. And Drupal, in doing so, also really empowers identity. You know, we have a very passionate community. I can probably fill a few slides with Drupal tattoos, which, again, is kind of a weird thing that I never expected to happen. But people literally love Drupal so much that they have Drupal tattoos. You can walk around DrupalCon and you'll see people that have shaved the Drupal logo like in their hair. People come and they dress up like a DrupalCon. They make these ginormous costumes, I guess. So the creativity is really, really fun. And the identity, I think, is fun too. So it attracts, I think, a person that's really creative and, you know, that kind of stuff. I wanted to give you another kind of quick glance, maybe about how Drupal can innovate. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about American politics. But do you know who this is? No? It's Howard Dean. And this was in 2003. And Howard Dean was one of the presidential candidates in the United States. And he was a bit of an underdog. He obviously didn't win, because otherwise you all would have known him. He would have been the president of the US. But he was an underdog, and he did something very remarkable. He decided, as a first presidential candidate, to leverage the internet to campaign. And so he's very innovative, and he created something called DeanSpace, which was a campaign platform. And DeanSpace was software that you could install to help campaign for Howard Dean. And so he empowered thousands of people around the US to campaign for him. And that platform, DeanSpace, was built on Drupal, which was really cool. And so he got a lot of press in all sorts of magazines and newspapers. Books were written about Howard Dean and DeanSpace. And once in a while, it would say, yada, 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 comma, built with Drupal. And so we got a lot of credibility from that. And that actually led to the next round of presidential elections in 2008, I think it was, right? Every presidential candidate in the US used Drupal to campaign, which was really kind of cool to see. And so Drupal, that's just one example of how Drupal helps lead And so one amazing thing that happened in the history of Drupal as well is that in 2009, whitehouse.gov switched to Drupal. So of course, President Obama was elected as President of the United States. And you might remember, but we had another crisis back then, you know, the Great Recession. And one of the things that the Obama administration did, they had a $800 billion stimulus bill. So they injected $800 billion in the economy. And at the time, that was completely nuts. Today, that looks like peanuts. But at the time, they built something really cool. They built a website called recovery.gov, and they tracked every single dollar on that website on how it was spent. And so you could see how the 800 billion broke down in little, you know, smaller, I should say, initiatives. Maybe $10 million goes here, and you could see here's the owner of the project. Is it on time? Is it accepted by the stakeholders? Is it within budget? And there was this really transparent approach to governance. There was a lot of you know, press attention about that as well, and all of this was built on Drupal. So another great example of how Drupal was used to really innovate in government in this case. And so in 2009, I get this email from the White House. And they invite me to come to the White House. I have to like hand in my passport, they do background checks, all these things. And so I totally expected them to talk about recovery.gov because it was all over the news. But literally 10 minutes in the conversation, they said, this was with the CIO of the United States. You know, he said, what about whitehouse.gov? Do you think that could run on Drupal? And I said, absolutely. And they switched to using Drupal, I think it was 6 to 9 months later. So very fast, very fast. And so President Obama switched to using Drupal, which was amazing because it was the first time in history that the US government used open source. We also convinced them to contribute to Drupal. So they became an active contributor to open source as well, first time in history. And that led to all sorts of good things happening as well. And now, for example, the Australian government has decided to move every website to Drupal. And they're using some of the code that the White House wrote. How cool is that, right? And so it's a great example of global collaboration. And then maybe as a quick side note, because I want to keep it a little bit light here, is we also worked on a project called We the People for whitehouse.gov. And the idea is, President Obama said, we need to give every citizen of America, which is like, what, 250 million or 300 million, a login to whitehouse.gov. We want them to log in. And then they created this petition platform, We the People, so everybody could submit an idea. And President Obama said, as soon as there's 20,000 signatures for an idea, I will provide an official response. And so all sorts of great ideas were submitted, like unbundling of cell phone plans and you know, all these kinds of things. And they had to constantly raise the bar. I think in the end, you needed to have like 400,000 signatures before they would look at your petition. But of course, the internet wouldn't be the internet if somebody didn't submit a petition to build the Death Star. And of course, the internet wouldn't be the internet, and it instantly got like, I don't even know how many signatures. And the administration made a promise to respond to every petition that got enough signatures, and so they did respond officially. And so what they said is, they don't support building the Death Star because it would cost, you know, whatever that is, 85 trillion. And you know, we're working hard to reduce the deficit, not to increase it. They also said the administration does not support blowing up other planets. And my favorite, they said, why would we spend all this money if it can be destroyed by a small one-man starship? For those of you that have watched Star Wars, it's pretty good. And so anyway, that was a very innovative project, and great things came out of that. I wanted to give you another example. Pfizer, J&J, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Novartis, they all use Drupal. They all have thousands of Drupal sites. And what's amazing is that they all contribute to Drupal as well. You know, they're like fierce competitors, right? They're competing for drugs and medical devices and all of these things, but yet they all made major contributions to Drupal as well. Pfizer probably invested $10 million in making Drupal better, building special features that they needed for their websites. And guess what? Johnson & Johnson uses that same code. And so that's a very weird thing often in business, to have that kind of collaboration on software, but it's happening in Drupal. And I can show you this for every industry, not just in healthcare or pharmaceuticals, like universities, governments, media companies. They're all competing and collaborating at the same time. And so the kind of collaboration that we enable across the globe, across countries, across regions, across organizations is really quite spectacular, I think, and something that I think Europe in general can learn from, Maybe a quick other example. This is the website of Boston.gov, obviously a city in the US. It's where I live. I was born in Belgium, but I moved to the US. And Boston.gov uses Drupal as well. And one of the cool things that they did is they made all of the source code of their city website available as open source. So every citizen can literally download the source code of Boston.gov. And it caused this citizen innovation. And so one example is pretty cool. So in Boston, it gets really, really, really cold. I didn't know that when I moved, but it gets minus 20 degrees Celsius in winter. It's very cold, and so it's not great for the roads. So you get potholes, the roads gets damaged. And one of the citizens one day said, you know what, it's kind of annoying that there's these potholes and they don't come and fix it. So every time I drive through on my car, it's not good. And so he decided to just add a pothole reporting service to the website. And he contributed it. Everybody started reporting potholes in the roads. And the city of Boston said, you know what, we're going to send out crews of people to fix the roads based on this new feature that was contributed by just somebody in the city that decided to step in. He said, enough is enough, I'm going to help fix this for my city. So that's another great example of what you can do with Drupal and open source. And it's not something you would ever be able to do with proprietary software, Microsoft or Adobe, you just can't do it. And so open source and Drupal, they really encourage a new kind of innovation where you can enroll everybody into the project. Drupal has a large presence in Europe. There's thousands of agencies. There's hundreds of thousands of people making a full-time living with Drupal. And those people also create jobs for other people. And so we estimate that the Drupal economy is billions of dollars now across everyone, which is pretty special as well. And we have all of these events. I've already mentioned the Drupal cons. These are the large events that we do. We do 2, maybe 3 a year. But then we also have Drupal camps. And Drupal camps are completely grassroots organized by the local communities. And we have it says 20 plus, but it's more like 200 a year. Every weekend, there's Drupal camps in the world. And they attract from 200 people to 1,500 people. And then you have meetups as well. We have thousands of those, actually. Every day, there's meetups all around the world. And nobody's telling these people to do these things. They just do it. It's just local people that say, we're going to take the initiative and get other people together around this shared project. So completely self-organized. And I think there's something really interesting about this for me. Because I think there's a class of problems in the world. Climate change, I think, is one of them. Although that's maybe a really hard one. That are truly multi-stakeholder problems, right? How do you fix climate change? I mean, I don't have the answer, but you have to bring together every country in the world, academics, the media, industries, and it's truly a global effort. And so how do you organize everybody in the world around something like climate change? It's not easy, and I don't know if we have the right tools in place and the right governance models in place to do it effectively, right? That's why we've been trying for so long. There's something about open source that I think could be part of this too. The way we organize ourselves around the globe and how the models that we use and the incentive models to just get people going and to inspire thousands of people to take action. I think there's something there that I think I would love to help take sort of outside software development into other categories of problems. There's a few more reasons why I think it's important to invest in open source, and some of them you might care about, or some of them you might not care about, but I do. And so I wanted to wrap up this presentation, I wanted to talk maybe for 5 to 10 more minutes about some of these problems. And I think it all comes down to me, like, we have to be mindful of proprietary software. You know what proprietary software is? It's the opposite of open source. It's where you don't get access to the source code. It's where you don't get to make changes to the source code. So it's basically 95% of the software in the world, right? So you can't make changes to it. I don't want to live in a world, personally, that is run by proprietary software companies. Let me explain you why. I'll give you 3 reasons. And the first reason I think is important to the creatives here in the room, but proprietary software kills creativity and identity, in my mind. And I'm sure you've seen it, you know, you've seen all these websites, kind of look the same. Here an image at the top, logo below it, contact information right below that. These are all Facebook company profile pages. It's hard to stand out. It's hard to be creative if your website is a Facebook page, you know, and we shouldn't encourage people to do so. And to me, that's sad because, you know, the lack of details that comes from using these proprietary software platforms, because they force you in a certain pattern, right? Like you can't break out of the pattern, you have to go with their templates. That's sad. And if you think about this photo, I read this thread on Twitter not too long ago, and it talks about the importance of details and identity. And it gives this great example of a phone box. And obviously the phone box on the left, the red one, it's remarkable. It stands out. Everybody in this room knows where that's from. But the phone box on the right could literally be anywhere in the world. Nobody remembers where that photo is taken. You couldn't tell, right? And that's why it's important that everybody has creative freedom, you know, so you can stand out and make something interesting. Here's a second quick example. I won't dwell on it, but obviously the doorbell on the right is a Ring doorbell. It's an Amazon doorbell. It's mass-produced. And the problem with mass production of doorbells or anything else in the world is they remove all of these interesting details. I mean, I'm not saying I love the doorbell on the left, not necessarily my style, but it has a lot of interesting details. And the problem with details is somebody might not like a detail, and therefore they remove it. And you end up with these, you know, boring kind of designs, not very creative designs. And so identity and details are important. And the reason why I don't want proprietary software to be, you know, everywhere is because it limits creativity and creative freedom. And Drupal does not, because if you have access to the source code, you can do anything you want. You dream it, you can build it. There is not a limitation to what you can do, 0. Because you can do, literally, it's your source code. You get the source code of Drupal, and you can do with it whatever you want. The second thing that concerns me about proprietary software is privacy and data. You know, we all use Facebook and Instagram, but every time I upload a photo to Instagram, all my friends and family get tracked. You know, they know who's watching these photos, where they're from, and the whole goal of Instagram and Facebook, as examples, is just to collect information about you so they can advertise to you. And I don't like that, you know. And they go to extreme measures to do so. Like here's a few, this is from maybe a few months ago, but you might know Apple added this new feature to iOS where it can protect your privacy. Have you heard about this feature? No, it's basically a feature you can enable it and it won't share your details. It disables trackers effectively. And it does so in WebKit, which is the browser engine that ships with iOS. And so guess what Instagram and Facebook did? They decided to build a completely new browser and to embed it into Instagram and to embed it into Facebook application. And so every time you click a link in Facebook or Instagram, it doesn't actually use the built-in browser in iOS, but it uses its own browser just so it can keep tracking you. And it will make it look like you're in iOS browser, in Safari or WebKit. And so these companies go to great lengths to track you. I don't think it's healthy. And again, the great thing about open source is that we don't track people. You know? We don't ship with these trackers. If you want to track people, yes, you can add one. But out of the box, we are pro-privacy. You know, we protect people's privacy on the web. The third reason is that these proprietary platforms, they can be short-lived. And this is MySpace. Remember MySpace? It used to be a thing 10 years ago. And while they were a thing, you get emails like this, where, oops, we lost a whole bunch of data, sorry. And we don't have backups, so we can't restore your data. And of course, now they're completely dead, I think. They don't exist anymore. So all of that data, all of that music is gone. And you may say, well, that was 10 years ago. That doesn't happen anymore, but it does. Just last week, I was reading, I love photography. I was reading this site. And it talks about a Leica store, Leica camera brand, right? And they had a Facebook page, and their Facebook page went missing. And Facebook can't restore it. So what they had to do was basically invite all of their customers back to their new Facebook page. They lost all their likes, so they send these emails like, please come and like everything you liked before. I mean, completely devastating for these store owners. And it happens still today. This was just last week, right? And so problem with proprietary software is you don't have control over your data. You don't have control over your code. And Drupal gives you full control over your data and your code. And I think it's really important. And I think it's especially important in Europe, you know, because Europeans rely a lot on American applications and American companies, and data moves to the US, et cetera, et cetera. So open source is the answer, I think, to that problem. And so I think it's especially important in today's world where the web has now become part of everything that we do. When the web was born, it was just to share information with each other, maybe some entertainment value too. But today the web is part of how you work, how you do your banking, how you do your healthcare. It's ingrained in everything that you do, right? And it's important that we keep the web open. You know, it's important that it doesn't become a web that's governed by a handful of proprietary software companies. And so we really want good software to win. We really want open source software to win. You know, we want the web to be around for at least another 100 years. You know, we want it to be a good web for our kids and our grandchildren. And so it can't be sort of contaminated by trackers and, you know, data not being in our control and not being accessible, not being secure. And Drupal is secure. Remember whitehouse.gov using Drupal? That's like the #1 website in the world in terms of hack attempts. It's literally, there's 15-year-old kids trying to hack whitehouse.gov from their basement. There's other nations trying to hack whitehouse.gov. There's hacker groups trying to hack it. Open source is very secure. Anyway, we want good software to win. And Drupal enables that. You know, Drupal enables an open web. It's the web that we need to win. And Drupal is also a public good, meaning it's maintained by everyone. It's not owned by a company. It's maintained by everybody in the world. And I think the government has a big role to help. If you look at the history of public goods, they're usually started by volunteers, and then there's a commercialization phase, and then it gets institutionalized. And the same thing happened to roads. Like roads were volunteer created, it's probably just paths between houses and what have you. And then roads were commercialized. Somebody said, oh, let's turn these things in money makers. And they built toll booths and all these kinds of things. And then the revenues from the toll booths would go into the roads. And at some point, the government had to step in and say, enough is enough. We're going to take over the maintenance of roads. It's too important to society. And the same thing happened with military school system. A lot of things were started by volunteers, like Drupal was, and eventually were institutionalized. And so I think there's a big role for government and the European government to help. I believe public money should lead to public code, public software. Like if you use tax dollars to build software, that software by default should be open source so that every citizen can use it. Maybe not all software, but a lot of software should. And so to wrap up, open source empowers creativity, grassroots organization, global and local communities coming together. Anyone can be a leader in open source. It encourages distributed governance across borders, and it really helps make the web be a better place. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. Thanks for having me, and yeah, I'll be here for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Wow, I learned so much now.
Good.
Actually, I like the examples you gave about the doorbell, They have literally to write, what it is, because it's so unified and without a faceless object.
And that's so true. And actually, it really annoys me now. Like even, you should pay attention when you go to any bathroom. Like the name, the branding everywhere drives me nuts. Like on every faucet, on every sink, on everything, there's like the name of the company that created. Like, why do faucets need branding? Now I can't unsee it anymore. It's everywhere. Even like doorbells. Like doorbells shouldn't have branding.
No. So and also you mentioned also Facebook and all these huge websites where basically we log in every day and we work for free for them, and they pretend to give us something, but basically they sell our data. So we have to be aware about this, that our creatives work for free for large companies. Every day, every minute, every second, we contribute something to their system, and very, very few things come back.
No, I mean, like, Instagram is supposed to be social media, but I've been on Instagram for 10 years. I don't think I've made a single friend on Instagram that I didn't already have. I mean, maybe it's different for you, but it's really not about connecting you with people and, friends. It's really just about feeding you these bite-sized pieces of information to keep you scrolling so they can capture more and more data.
So absolutely right. So I think you gave a lot of stuff to think about, and how we want to change also the operating system for creatives in Europe. So please, are there questions in the auditorium? Are there questions online?
Don't be shy.
Yeah, we had a big party yesterday, so. So, I mean, maybe I can just to wrap up, or not to wrap up, to come to a close in that sense. I mean, do you see something? It's a huge creative community. I see that now. It's a very, very special creative community. But do you see a possibility that other creatives also can? I mean, if they're not coders, so to say, can participate, can join, or maybe even build on that?
Yeah, I mean, Drupal really touches a lot of different people. Like, I talked a lot about coders, but you have to think every Drupal site that is built and launched, there is creative designers, right, that do, the images and the styling. There's brand people that get involved with Drupal site. There's content creators and content writers, copywriters, SEO experts, like a lot of different jobs and kind of different roles get pulled into that. So yes, it touches everyone. I mean, every organization in the world literally has to figure out how to become a digital business, right? How to do what they do online, whether it's enrolling students to universities, whether it's raising money for nonprofits, whether it's driving e-commerce sales. Like, it doesn't matter what your organization does. Every organization needs to become a digital business, which is why so many are looking at Drupal. And each of those, and becoming a digital business involves every stakeholder in the business. It's not just something that developers do in a quarter. No, you have to enroll salespeople and marketing people and sometimes HR people. Like, everybody in the company usually gets involved with sort of digital transformation initiatives. And so, yes, Drupal is a piece of software, but I do think it touches, millions and millions of people. And frankly, everyone uses Drupal in a way. Like, if 1 out of 20 websites run on Drupal, it means that every person in the world that's on the internet visits a Drupal site. Assuming you visit more than 20 websites in your surfing career, which I'm sure most people visit more than 20 websites a day, right? And so you stumble upon a Drupal site probably every day, but you just don't know it. And lots of people are involved with creating these sites. So,
I see there are some questions coming in.
All right.
From Jakob, did you move to Boston to develop Drupal further? If so, was it just because of an IT startup or especially because developing an open source?
Yeah, so I was living in Belgium. And so I actually started Drupal when I was a student at the university in Antwerp in Belgium. And after I finished school, I went to work at a startup in Belgium. It was a lot of fun. I got the startup bug, I guess. And then I started, I did a PhD in computer science. But none of these things, a startup that I worked at or my PhD, had anything to do with Drupal. And so I would work on it at night, as I mentioned. But like 7 years into Drupal, like Drupal really started to take off, and I saw all these large organizations adopting it, that I really wanted to turn my passion into my full-time job. And I decided to start a company, Acquia, with the goal to help grow Drupal and help large organizations be successful with Drupal. Now, this is 15 years ago. And at the time, it was really hard to start a company in Belgium at the size and scale that I wanted to start. And so I felt I needed to move to the US for the opportunity to be able to raise money. I ended up raising $190 million for Acquia, and also to get access to the talent. It was really hard to find experienced talent in Belgium too. Now, again, this was 15, 16 years ago. I think a lot has changed. Like, at the time, it was really hard to raise 2 million euros in Belgium, and the culture wasn't very open to startups either. Like, there was like a negative culture around, it's gonna fail, and so anyway, I felt like I needed to move to the US to get things going, and that was the right decision. That was absolutely the right decision. I don't like saying that, but it was. I do think the climate in today's world is a lot better. I see a lot of startups being started in Belgium, so I think that's very positive.
Okay. So one easy question. When is the next Drupal conference?
The next DrupalCon is in Pittsburgh. I forgot the exact date, but it's probably in 6 months. And then the next European one is around this time of the year, probably. I forgot the dates too. But it will be in Lille, in France. So we try to move them around, because every time actually maybe an interesting tidbit, but like every time we host a DrupalCon in a city, we leave a lot of talent behind. We leave a lot of energy behind. So it's usually very good for the local community that we're bringing like 1,000-something Drupal people. And so we try to move it around to strengthen the communities around the world. So the next one in Europe will be in France.
Yeah.
And
another question from online user. This is an own keynote question.
Yeah.
So how does your business model work? Maybe very short, because we are late.
The Acquia business model or the Drupal one?
I guess the Drupal one.
The Drupal one, yeah. I mean, it's mostly driven by volunteers. We have a small nonprofit, the Drupal Association, and Kristen works at the Drupal Association. And We rely on sponsors and donors to give us money, on grants as well. And we use that money to keep our servers up and running. And the servers at Drupal.org website is where we all come together and collaborate, where we build the software together. And then we host these events around the world. So it's a small but mighty organization, actually, that's all kind of underneath the Drupal project. And then, of course, we have a very large commercial ecosystem. As I mentioned, there's thousands of digital agencies building websites with Drupal, and very often they'll contribute back to the project. That could be time, talent, money, to the Drupal Association. So if you want to contribute, we should definitely talk to Kristen.
I mean, this is a classical open source.
It's a classic open source model, but yeah, we're actually one of the biggest ones in the world, despite only having like 3 or 4 million in revenue.
So they're popping now many different questions. Would it be okay to send you the questions?
Yes, you can.
You answer them and we publish them then later?
Of course, yes. Yeah, we
Sorry
can work.
for this.
No.
I see there are already some creatives waiting to perform.
No worries.
So
we're getting the hook.
So thank you very much for coming. So we give you a warm hand, and we hope to see you again. And I think there could be something our communities could work together
we would like that.
And merge it somehow. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you
would
very
like
much.
that. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Dries. It was an amazing presentation. Before we start a local forum, I would like to introduce Ondřej Kratochvíl, and we will start a local forum with one of the winner project of the Czech Business Cup, My Cello from Sensio, and then we will explain you why.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Andrew. So this is my cello. Someone said that the classical music is not suitable for this modern instrument. It's not true. Listen to one piece of Johann Sebastian Bach, Preludium from first solo suite. One more for inspiration of classical music from Armenian composer.
So why did we choose to start with such a beautiful music? Without further ado, I will welcome on the stage Markéta Mentelová. She will explain us, and then I will explain the whole concept of the local forum, but I know you have to go very quickly to the gaming conference, so Markéta, the floor is yours. One technical note, it goes to all speakers. When you will be ready to start, just say now. Okay, the floor is yours.
Can I take this mic? Yeah. Now. Okay, hi, my name is Markéta, Ondra you already know, and let me tell you a story about Senzio, my cello. Well, you heard that Ondra is playing the cello, and actually back in 2020 everybody knows that in March COVID came and Ondra couldn't practice. And unfortunately he's not living in the wooden cottage in the woods, he's living in a flat and he has a lot of neighbors. And they love music, but not that often and not that loud, right? Yeah, and also during that time, also his beloved son was born, and also his wife loves his playing and his music, but not at the time when she was trying to sleep with their son, right? So he also had to try to play silently, very, very silently, not to disturb his neighbors and his son. But still he had to practice, you know, because he wanted to play the concerts because he has his band and he had to practice. So that was the time when Senzio was created. Yeah, can you hear that his son is still sleeping? Okay, so yeah, that's the story how the My Cello was actually created, and the guys, they had to fulfill many requirements. So the cello, it had to be loud, it had to be silent, it had to be portable, it had to be light, it had to be inexpensive, let's say. So they decided to combine classical instrument with electrical one, and that's how the My Cello was created. And are you going to play? The loud music for concerts.
You already listened it.
Yes, and so they decided to create 3 models of My Cello. One, the basic My Cello, it's for amateurs, just to practice at home, so it's for me or it's for you, even though I do not want to underestimate your musical skills. And they also decided to create My Cello Premium, which is for professionals because it has special sound and mechanical characteristics. And they are also preparing My Cello Exclusive, so you should wait for that, right? And well, regarding the business, it's they are already shipping also worldwide, and they have these creative minds and creative people, but actually they are also business oriented. So regarding IP, as far as IP is concerned, they have already patents and trademarks, so no worries. Even though they are creatives, they think about these things. And actually, why am I here? Unfortunately, I'm not part of Senzio. Maybe one day I will. I'm in their PR right now, but no, I'm from Czech Invest Agency, and as yesterday Minister Sikala mentioned, Czech Invest Agency is organizing the national round of international competition called Creative Business Cup. This competition, which is aimed for startups from cultural and creative industries, and Senzio, they won national round this year, so we took them to Copenhagen in June, and they were super amazing there, and they won the 3rd place. So you can see the startup who is the 3rd best creative startup in the world, because they competed against other 65 countries. And they are also thinking globally, because there is over 1 million violoncello players in the world. And they are also trying to cooperate with other creative minds. So you can see these amazing guys from Cello. So they are cooperating with influencers and so on. And they are also preparing other instruments, so you should wait for that. Guitar and so on. So yeah, you should look forward to that. And also yesterday a lot of people were talking about sustainability, and sustainability is also important for Sensio, for my cello. So thanks to the 3D printing technology, this advanced technology, they can use also recycled materials. So the cello, the blue one, is made from plastic bottles, and it can be also made from corn, so it's degradable as well. And also they are tackling social problems, let's say, because since it's inexpensive, also less fortunate people in terms of finance, they can afford that. And since it's plastic, it's not wooden, so it can also be sent to some humid places, and it's also bringing those generations together, and it's also attracting younger people because you can see these cool colors, and it's 3D printed. So sustainability, social aspects. They are also cooperating with universities, with amazing Prussia Lab. So yeah, this is Sensio, and I think that you should just listen to another music, right? So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Maybe one quick question. What are the dates of the next Creative Business Cup? What, if anybody of us would like to join this project or community, what are the deadlines?
Well, it's not open call yet. No worries, it will be approximately in 2 months when we will open another call. And the next year it will be in Ústí nad Labem. So no Ostrava, no Olomouc, no Brno anymore. It will be in the Czechia. So yeah, next year in March it should be in Ústí, and we will let you know soon about the open call.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you that you waited, and good luck with your next presentation, like in 10 minutes on the gaming conference. So, welcome again, and thank you, Andrzej. We will hear you again, and looking forward. This local forum is basically consists of 12 projects. We selected from 50. And the key for the selection was basically, as we already mentioned, the impact. Not only environmental impact, but also social impact and impact on digital transition. And basically, these organizations that will be presented are from north to south, east to west, from big organizations to small organizations, but they have in common the potential of changing our behavior and our culture. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome the next project. It's called Henke. Did I pronounce it right? Perfect. And let me welcome Sasha Strelcová, and she will answer the crucial question: where do nature and culture overlap? You will need a microphone, and you have to say now.
Do you hear me, guys? No.
Yeah, maybe this one.
How about now? Better? Hi, so my name is Sasha Strelcová, and I'm here to tell you the story about Henke and plants and where maybe creative industries can overlap. Waiting for the first slide. I wanted to start the story in Columbia Road Flower Market in London, where the story of Henke actually begins. I was studying creative culture entrepreneurship at Goldsmith College at that time, while my partner Julian was doing research at UCL, which was focused on something that was called drug discovery, which basically means that through a combination of traditional knowledge about plants and science-backed research, you're trying to discover drugs or medicine in a lab. And we live not far from Columbia Road, and on our regular walks we were sort of thinking how important and crucial nature is in the context of cities. One of Julian's main research topics were essential oils, which potentially actually can go far beyond your sort of usual perception of it being a great filling for your aroma lamps. And basically we decided that because the frustration grew since, many of these kind of amazing research findings couldn't really make it beyond some scientific academia articles. And we thought, okay, so how about we use the transformative power of arts and creative culture, rural entrepreneurship kind of industries, and maybe do something what these domains can do the best, which is convey the stories and the messages through emotions. And we stumbled upon this kind of long-forgotten botanist called Henke, who was of Czech-German origin, and was a multidisciplinary, super cool, interesting person. But he's also credited with the discovery of the world, probably the biggest water lily in the world, Victoria Amazonica. And so what we did with the help of our friend Jura Šlasovský is that we transformed this water lily into a public space installation that we placed in one of the busiest squares in Prague a few years ago. And it was this sort of botanical labyrinth where people could walk through and mingle around with plants and create connections really with plants because they are so important to us. And it kind of, people kind of liked it, and so we did a host of other things. We went to Greece, helping refugees in one of the camps close to Athens, to see how, maybe medicinal plants could help them. We transformed a gallery space into a living room, and our quest to explore this kind of once popular question whether millennials could actually, could not afford to have kids, so they were like, eating avocado toast and growing plants instead. We were doing a lot of things, lectures, workshops, concerts, but there was this one underlying question always that people would ask me, okay, so but how do you live? Like, what is your source of income? What do you do? Well, these are amazing projects, but like, where do you get money for it? We had this showroom that were originally conceived to have, sort of like, people could come in and like learn about plants, and we would sort of explain, etc. But then people would always ask us, okay, so what do you sell? Like, do you also sell these plants? And, originally we were like, no, why should we do this? But then after like 20th person came in, and we were like, all right, well, maybe we can actually use this as another vehicle to kind of spread the stories about it. But there is a great irony in all this, is that, you have this kind of piece of nature, you think this is something green that you take home, and it brings you genuine joy, but the industry behind it is everything but green, And we think, or at least this is part of this kind of year-long research, is that people's perception of plants is basically objects, And, we always have to strive to have the rarest plant, the biggest collection of plants. But actually, maybe we just get it wrong, This is here we have millions and millions of plants being propagated, mainly in nurseries in Holland, only to end up in the corner of our living room to just be beautiful. This doesn't make sense. And so we ditched the plant shop, and we wrote a book about it, which hopefully it will be available in English very soon as well. Because I think this is just incredibly important to know, where the stories of these plants come from. You can trace the cup of coffee that you're drinking, you can trace local veggies from the market, but you don't really know how these plants came here, let alone what the history is, because this is tied to many historical, extremely important events in European history. And let alone, quoting Stefano Mancuso, my favorite plant neurobiologist, the fact that we don't understand plants doesn't mean that they cannot defend themselves or travel or communicate. Plants already have been so present in our society, it's amazing, and extremely present in creative industries as well. We've got food, textile, building material, music instruments. And obviously there are overlaps to medicine, Catharanthus, which is a small plant that you can see in many botanical gardens, the molecule of which is being used to treat a form of cancer. Some tropical plants that are being used for research to treat lower respiratory diseases. Coffee, which is incredible history, but is already used, in many applications in creative industries, such as cosmetics or product design. Growing mushrooms, by the way, as well. Orange peels, again, something that is, completely unexplored territory, but can have many, many applications in design, product design, etc. So basically, through the combination of traditional knowledge, guarded by communities all around the world for many, many, many centuries, really, and the scientific backed research, we are trying to maybe share these stories with our audience through these, through the means of creative expression, and with the hope that maybe altogether we can maybe completely shift our perspective on plants and nature, really, to something completely different. By 2050, they say, around 70% of the world's entire population will be living in cities. And in order to tackle this, we really need to think about plants not only as a sort of natural resource, but some kind of a collaborator, a partner, which can help us kind of survive, not only us humans, but also the other inhabitants in our cities. And so, before we talk green transformation, sustainability, circular economy, and all these amazing things that are definitely going to happen, we probably just have to maybe realize how plants are really special. And yeah, this is really our mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I think we all experienced during the COVID sort of comeback of houseplants, right? Can you elaborate it? Do you have some data about it? Because the simple thing of taking care of something during COVID in their room or house, it's simply something that, for example, me personally, I experienced and really helped me to take me through this pandemic era.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Like, they actually say that it's a low-cost therapy, which I would, take this with a pinch of salt. But I think that it was amazing, and, trying not to speak for hours about it, really, it's kind of, because we were stuck between four walls, and it kind of made us realize how important it is maybe to, have this piece of nature with you. And obviously, it, went up, and maybe this was this irony here in Czech Republic, because elsewhere it was different. But here, people who were dealing with plants, they could stay open. So the sales went up. But, with that also came this sort of irony, is that so many people were, it just became like business that we didn't really want to be part of, because exactly of the sustainable issues that are in there. So that's also what made us realize that maybe it's time to stop, do something else.
Okay. We have so much to learn from plants. Thank you very much. Well, you maybe heard of the name of the organization which will be presented next one. It's called Kreativní Praha. It's sort of like if you Google some product, the first advertisement is like sort of paid advertisement. So we also use this opportunity to present our organization, because we believe that thanks to these events like Ecis, but also what we do for the city, we are making impact. And what impact? The Christina will tell you. Yeah, this one.
Hi. So now, so I'm here to present to you Kreativní Praha, and what it is, what's its story, and why we're here. So basically, we're an institution of the capital city of Prague for strategic planning in the CCSI. But that's like a really boring way to put it. So I'm gonna try to put it differently. The thing with us is that we try to make projects that have great impact and invest energy where it's most necessary, because we're a small organization. So I'm gonna lead you through why the city needs an institution that doesn't really create itself, but creates environment for other people to be able to create. We are simply trying to make the city a better place to live. It's probably the easiest way to put it. We're trying to make the ecosystem flourish, and we believe that by making culture more accessible and developed, then the public sector can basically target its tools better, and through that way, we can make the city a better place. We actively are trying to make the ecosystem flourish, and we believe that people are, of course, in the center of this ecosystem. So we do that by planning, CCSI development, community engagement, and speaking to other experts as well. Because of course we're not experts on everything. So we talk to NGOs, we talk to experts from universities, to entrepreneurs, to politicians, of course, bureaucrats, and to people from abroad, like yourselves. So when our organization, quite a young organization, started last year, we realized and discovered that the first thing we need to have and to do is to have like a framework of operation within the CCSI in the capital city. So we started working on the cultural policy of the capital of Prague for the next 10 years. And this was quite a huge moment for us because it created like a year-long cooperation across the sector, something that hasn't really happened before. We also, to this wide cooperation, try to bring foreign expertise because it's crucial for us to get other opinions, and you guys from ECBN and all the creative sectors across Europe are a part of this, so that's also one of the roles of Creative Prague. We know that there have been blind spots in CCSI development in the past many years, so if we want to catch this train, we have to be a little bit faster. So yeah, we know apart from bringing experience to from abroad to Czech Republic, that the Czechs really do have a lot to offer, as you can see on the local forum that we organized, helped organizing for you. But we also know that it's important to stay in touch with our not only with like foreign people, but also with our own community. So like you saw yesterday, we operate the Prague Creative Center, where there's among like more than 30 institutions. We workshop with them, we talk to them, so we can actually pilot and discuss our findings like in real time with real people from Prague, which is sort of always like a good checkpoint for what you're putting on paper and what you're taking out from those international collaborations that we have. We exchange this with our partners and we participate, we pilot our learnings, and that's sort of really important to always kind of try to place this expertise in Prague, because that's the main course of our existence. But you know, we think that in order for the CCSI environment to actually work, the general public also has to understand why it's necessary, what are its benefits. And we believe that the way to make the people understand without actually pushing it to them, without forcing them somehow, you can try to show them in public space. So public space is one of the tracks that we specialize in. We believe that sometimes in planning it is necessary to actually just try it out. Not always, but there are projects that can actually like be tried out. If they work, then you can keep it that way. If they don't, you just try something else. So we like to experiment as well. We try to involve kids in some of our projects too, because we want to make them interested young adults, and if you don't include kids in the planning, then you cannot expect them then to be interested when they become adults, and they're actually not afraid to show you what they think. So it's kind of like sometimes it's a better planning tool to ask the kids than ask adult people. We also like to have fun and try collect stories. These are chairs that we put in public space in places where we think they're missing. And why we do it? We do it because we want to, well, not because we would need to see people sitting, but we want to like actually see what happens when you give people a chance to interact in a way that wasn't possible in some place before. So yeah, and we believe that creativity is like a sport for the mind and soul. So and the city is its people. So if we know that we're doing a good job when we see that people like interact with the project, and we're actually making the city a better place to live. So yeah, this is one of our projects too, and this is us, a part of the team of Creative Prague. Yeah, people who don't like their pictures being taken, and also people who don't, who are sometimes stressed about speaking publicly, like me. But yeah, we're a group of guys who just try to give back to the city where some of us were born, but all of us work here. So yeah, that's the story of Creative Prague. Thank you.
Thank you. I just realized that every other photo is a beer on the photo, so it's kind of important tool for us to creating the ecosystem. Actually, I don't have a follow-up question. Maybe what is your favorite moment on Ecis so far?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a cliche, but I actually liked all of it so far because even though it was quite stressful, the entire planning process, it's so great to see your projects being carried out after months and months and months of planning. And when you work for the city, I think a lot of us know this, sometimes your projects just don't happen or they take years. So it's, I think this is a really good checkpoint for our institution and our new friends that we could actually meet in person and be like, oh yeah, this is really meaningful and there is so much to work on, but yeah, so.
Thank you. Last weekend in Prague, in the Holešovice area, the ex-slaughterhouse, we actually been on the study tour. There was a huge fair, a maker fair, and it was a huge success. My Instagram was booming with the photos of the strange do-it-yourself machines. So I would like to welcome with a colleague from the Make Fair and Makers Art, right? Make more. I always messed it up. The floor is yours.
Okay, now we can start. Hello, my name is Vojta Kolařík, and I'm here to present to you our small organization called Make More. We were established about 4 years ago, and we are a team of mainly young people who try to support and foster the Czech maker community. And we do so by organizing maker fairs around the country and supporting Fab Labs, leading the Makerspace Association here in Czech Republic, and doing a bunch of other things with makers around the country. I would like to, my presentation is full of photos. It is because I want to illustrate what the maker movement is about and what our activities are, and photos were proven to be the best way to do so. So digital fabrication is obviously one of the biggest topics of the maker movement lately. 3D printing, CNC rotors, laser cutters, and so on. So many makers use these technologies that are quite accessible for them to create their own prototypes, to start their new projects. Citizen science, another big topic where people get involved into science, either with professional scientists or they collaborate on their own behalf. They create sensors to measure air quality or air pollution and so on. Robotic and mechanics is also a topic that is very attractive, mainly maybe to students. There's a lot of competitions around also in Czech Republic, and many young makers get involved into this community. We also tackle a lot the environment and upcycling, mainly also connected to the city, because there is a lot of the maker movement is closely connected to the city environment, and so hydroponics, aquaponics, and other topics are also quite recent. Also, a lot of designers and artists get involved. They present their arts and their crafts, and on workshops and other occasions. Some of them tend to call themselves makers. Some of them hesitate to do so, but we believe they are part of our community as well. On the Maker Fair, you can also often see young children explaining their installations, their inventions to older ones. And STEAM education and other education is also a lot closely connected to the community as well. Maybe the community itself isn't institutionalized, but often we have teachers and other educators presented. crafts, be it welding, soldering, working with glass, wood, and other traditional materials is also connected to the movement a lot. And hacking always stays in our mind as some kind of the mindset that we should try to invent new ways, and we should try to hack things that we use in our everyday life to become to give them some other use maybe. So finally, a maker fair, it can be a big event. It's a licensed festival that was established 15 years ago in San Francisco, and nowadays works all around the world and also Europe. It's a celebration of creativity, of making. It's full of workshops, interactive installations. When you come to a fair, you are invited to try everything. You should touch things. That's maybe a big difference to a traditional institution. I don't know, like museum, but I know things are changing there as well. It's full of show and tell activities. It's a community event. We invite local makers and local people who create in the given city. And recently we organized the Maker Fair in Prague. It was quite a success. We had 9,000 visitors and over 140 makers presented. They were from Prague, they were from, thank you, from other cities as well, and from other countries as well. About 10% of the presenters or makers involved were from other countries. We organized this fair all around the country. We have 9 cities where it is happening, and there should be even 4 more coming in the next year. And together we have 30,000 visitors, and we are in touch with over 1,000 makers, but 400 of them are presenting each year at our events. You can see the team is quite young, it's growing. Josef Prusha is a part of it as maybe the most known maker in Czech Republic. And so makers use Maker Fair just to popularize the topics and the things I tried to mention at the beginning of the presentation. And obviously a makerspace or a Fab Lab is a nice way how to continue and how to offer people another opportunity to get in touch with these topics, how to educate themselves, how to use the machines in a frequent way, and how to really create. We do so by the Makerspace Association, where we gather the makerspaces that already exist in Czech Republic. However, there is not so many of them existing, so we try to establish new ones. We try to support them and to get in touch with the associations from other countries. And for that, we organized the Fab conference that will be happening in 2025, which is the gathering of the managers of Fab Labs from all around the world, about 1,500 of them. And we organize it with the people from Fab Lab in Brno, which is one of the biggest Fab Labs in Czech Republic recently. Our other activities are also about online environments, so we try to be active on the social media. We try to do some online workshops with some more established companies like Lego, but we try to involve the makers that we know and that we are in touch with to participate, to give them some way how to present their workshops, their inventions, and how to give them some kind of a job maybe, because it's also important. Yeah, and there's other ideas we would like to do with the makers and with the maker community to make them more popular, to make the topics more popular. It might be an online media or online magazine. It might be some kind of STEAM educational kits that we could offer for schools or for other communities. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe again, one follow-up question. Since this local forum is also about scaling up, what are the biggest challenges of the small makers who want to do a business from the making?
Mm-hmm. It differs a lot. It differs in Prague, it differs in some smaller regional cities. But I would say it's mainly finding a way how to start, where to get access to the machines and to how to create the first prototypes, because it's the first prototypes, and presenting the first prototypes when you get the first feedback and you get like you make yourself more sure about your products, and this is the way that leads to developing them further and making it from a hobby to a business maybe.
Awesome, thank you. Our next project, organization is already scaled up. It's a huge organization from small town Vizovice, and it's Koma Modular, which is basically one of the biggest, and I think definitely the biggest one in Czech Republic, studio which is focusing on the modular architecture. So please let me welcome Stanislav Martinec. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for invitation. Yes, start. We are in, I come from Zlín, and we are working for 30 years as adults, but we are children because we have been playing with Lego, with modules for 30 years. Here you can look at some features about our company. We start 30 years ago as a small startup with 20 people, and now you can see the average annual turnover. Now we operate around the world, and you can see how look now the modular center of architecture. I have to say that that was no simple way, but I apologize for these slides in the beginning. Yes, because when we start, the first pressure was this situation. I have some experience with some events, for example, as Olympic Games and, for example, the Expo, that billions are thrown away for the building infrastructure for the world events. We built a permanent building for temporary events. This is a big problem. Firstly, waste. You know what is in planet the waste yearly? It's 2 billion tons. I think that from this, it's 40% is the construction waste. The next was the migration. You could see that is how many migrants it's around the world. It was the big challenge for modular building. Firstly, the solution is modular relocable buildings. The second is off-site building, and this is a typical representant of circular economy. Finally, it is modular cities and modular factories. The idea is to move the modular building to people, not to people go and migrate it to big cities where is the infrastructure perfect. Next is what is the modular building? Is the new I think that new possibility how build the building. Yes, in the beginning we built only some containers. Yeah, it was very simple. But now later I will see, yes, what is possible to build in modular building. Big example. This is the advantages of modular building. You can see that there's for example, the modularity. Yes, we have modules and it's work as a big kits. You can combine the same module from another and big possibilities of buildings. For example, next one, cost effectively. It's very clever because we produce on the line as a car. 90% of building is produced on the line. Only 10% we we assemble on place. Now, this is not only the name modular building. Many people say that this is an off-site building. This is a new kind of building. For example, this is a lot of examples. This is a kindergarten. Still now, we built a lot of kindergarten in Czech Republic, more than 30, around Europe 70. We also rented 2 or 3 kindergarten. This is a new flat in Paris, and this is for young people. It was built in 3 weeks on place. This is, for example, the school in L'Aquila. Is the Roma. That was, I think that 2009 was the big earthquake, and we built in 2 months the schools for 700 pupils. For example, this is a McDonald's. It's also modular. Yes, we built in 1 month because everything was prefabricated. In Prague, for example, you know the Manifesto. It's also a restaurant, and we rented this. This is a city model. We reshape town, square and town. If something happened, for example, it is some event, it is some festival, for example, in Zlín, yes, we use it. This is a very big modular building. It's 300 pieces. This is a fashion line. This is a very clever because we use it, this kind of building is very designed without a foundation. And the last one, this year, we finished in Senegal with the modular airport. There is now our modular development center. Is located in Vizovice, is near the Zlín. Vizovice, you know, it is not only Slivovice, now is also the modular building. Yes, and now we have a more than 7 projects for develop and new kind of modular building. We cooperate around Europe, yes, and I believe it that in a very short time we can imagine this one. I don't know if you can imagine flying building above your heads. Summary, paradoxes, change, and big challenge for modular building, and so on, you will see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Since we are running a little bit out of time, I will ask my question during the coffee break, preferably, because we have to rush. Let's have a small coffee break, and let's meet each other here at 12, and we will continue for a local forum.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask everybody, please come back to your seats and we will begin the second part of the local forum. Test. So, do you listen to me? Can I ask everybody to go back? We will start the second part. So, a lot of our speakers have to catch their train or flight. So, we would like to be on time. And we will start again with the My Cello project. So, let me welcome again Ondřej Kratochvíl. And what are you going to play for us? Awesome. Thank you very much. Great music after a coffee break. So, let's go back to our projects. Actually, we are a little bit out of time, so I will have no follow-up questions. But you can use Sli.do, and after the local forum, we can use the questions for all stakeholders all together if we will have a time. Our next presenter, Hana Křížová, is from Technical University of Zlín, and she will present us a newly prepared educational program for creative industries and digital culture. Because when we were deciding what kind of projects, what kind of mixture we want to present, the education was one of the priorities that we really want some kind of soft programs, and I think this program is a great example of the impact and the educational level. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. We can start the presentation. It will be a bit of just like background of nice photos and pictures from our faculty. So yeah, my name is Hana Křížková. I'm the project manager from Thomas Bata University from the Faculty of Multimedia Communications. And before I tell you more about our new bachelor study program, I'll tell you just tiny bit about our faculty, because then you can a bit more understand what and why we want to do. So our faculty has 15 departments, which focus on design, from the more like classical disciplines like glass design, product design, graphic design, but up to like fashion design, shoe design, game design. Then we have audio-vision department, animation, and also arts management, which is actually the department which is right now working on the new accreditation. So, yeah, these are like our lovely, this is like from our digital design studio. Here is the Thomas Bata, who is the main person of Zlín. So if you come to visit, you will hear a lot about him. So, yeah, the whole idea already started a bit in the past, because like the faculty, as it has so many creative and culture departments, is very connected to the private and business field. So the students already during their studies, they cooperate very closely with the companies from the region. Today with me here is also our colleague who is the manager for creative industries in our region, and the collaboration of university and the practice. So we could see that there is actually quite demand of like young professionals who understand the industry and who can really, you know, cover a variety of professions in this field, like from working in cultural institutions, managers of design studios, creators, etc. So we already started to cover this a bit in our arts management program, which is for master students. But we still realize that there are many of the bachelors who are interested in this area, and they wanna not wait to study like, you know, something random and then go for the arts management. So that's why we started to work on the on this like preparation of the new program. We fortunately got a grant for that, and in 2024 we'll have the first students. So yeah, the new program is called Creative Industries and Digital Culture. Why? Well, one thing is that the innovation and technologies, you can see that they are like going hand in hand with the CCI. But there is also the urge for environmental sustainability and the change of the nature and the needs in the CCI industries. And it also means the change in the skills needed from the professionals working there. And I was actually quite glad that yesterday when we had the presentation from David Crombie about the Pact for Skills, that many of the skills which were mentioned there that are advised and expected to be needed, we are somehow like covering in our program. So we will focus in our program on digital skills and work with big data also. on environmental attitude towards the performing and creating the outputs in CCI, as well as the cross-sectoral and international cooperations. How it may work, I will give you one example of the cross-sectoral approach we want to implement. So, for example, on the digital skills, that our students will have the theoretical subject on history and development of the technologies, but then also they will, with designers, work in the design lab, so they will know how the technologies work. They will actually create while using the technologies. Then they will have also lessons on digitization of cultural heritage. We want to make them known of the collaborative cloud, which is now being a new project worked on by the European Commission and the European already existing one. Then they will have also subjects on digital art creating. And together with Masaryk University, we prepare a subject which will be taught on digital creation and digital design, which will be for students of our university and the Masaryk University in virtual reality. So the students will use their sets of glasses to get ready at home, and then they will meet in their virtual school spaces, to co-create and discuss, and so then people from Brno and Zlín can study actually together. We also want to focus a lot on the international level of collaboration and projects. This is going to be like a professional bachelor program, but we believe that this international dimension and involving the students in the international projects will also motivate them to continue the studies into arts management and then PhD studies, and to focus on the research in the CCI, because from the presentation yesterday also we could see that there are so many more topics to be covered in the research. So we want to become the part of that and make our students really interested and craving, to get more knowledge. On the beginning, you could see also a picture, like a big group picture. That was a picture from our this year from the summer school. It was our first international summer school for the Faculty of Multimedia and Communication. Dear Anya Zorko, who is now in the public, she was one of our lecturers. And there was like a little pilot program on how we want the study program to work. And with the representatives who were there, the students as well as the lecturers, we want to prepare, we are already preparing Erasmus Mundus program. Therefore, there will be a similar program also taught in English. So cross fingers for us that you can maybe also study it with us in a few years, in 2026, we hope. And it will be cooperation with Trenčín in Slovakia, then with West Attica University in Greece, Porto University in Portugal, Nova Gorica in Slovenia, and hopefully also Liverpool John Moores University. And the key topics which we really want to also give space in the program are very connected to the New European Bauhaus, because we really believe that this movement is bringing the essential values which should be in the CCI. So beside the digital topic we could already hear from me about, we want to also focus on the inclusion, because in Czech Republic still the inclusion in culture means that it's wheelchair accessible, but being inclusive has a way more deeper meaning. So we want to show the students what all are the needs in the audiences, how to engage them, how to make them part of the creativity and culture. So that will be one big topic in hand with the diversity. And then also the environmental sustainability. As we could hear yesterday, the digitization and digitalization of our society, it's very environmentally difficult, it's very energy demanding. So we also want to, we want our students to focus on this topic and finding solutions with the designers and other researchers and innovative minds how to make our industry more sustainable And that's it. I have last 7 seconds. No, I'm over. Sorry. Yeah, I sometimes talk too much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I really recommend everybody from our international partners to come to Zlín. It's really inspirational city and sort of creative hub in Moravia. And they are really strong on materials. And speaking of materials, our next speaker from Reborn Design, Elias Karna, will introduce us the challenge they are making for recycling materials. Here we go. The floor is yours.
Which microphone?
You can choose.
I can choose. I can choose just like our students at Reborn Design. So I think we can start the presentation with a big thanks for being here. We are basically with the whole team here, and it's an honor to be here because how Reborn Design started, we could never imagine that we would be presenting it just like we are doing it now. Because we started online. I was still living abroad, and we have a recycling company, but not per se. We have a company, technological company, that makes recycling machines. And so we're into the tech. And we have a lot of recycled materials, but companies do not want them back. And so what to do with those recycled materials? We need to find applications. And so I connected with Plastenko, which is an innovative startup here in the Czech Republic. And I asked them for help. Can you help us finding applications? And so we came up with this idea of challenging students of the Czech Technical University and maybe some other students. And with the help of our great sponsors, we set up a challenge. It was a challenge that was about 3 different materials, very difficult materials to recycle. It was plastic, it was rubber, and it was concrete or any other building material. The main sponsor became Skanska. And they also helped us organize many workshops. In total, we had 3 workshops. When we set up with the competition, we made rules about what the students can actually submit as their designs. The designs had to be eco-friendly, so they had to be recycled, and they had to solve an economical problem, either for the consumer, so they could become very attractive for the consumer, not only because they were from a recycled material, but because they were actually very attractive for the customer. Or they had to solve a production problem. So this is why we were educating our students or the challengers about different production processes, about material science, but also about design. Here you can see some, behind me on the screen, you will see some of the designs that were the winning designs. We had 3 winning designs. This one in particular was combining 3 materials, which was awarded greatly. We combined rubber, recycled rubber, and recycled plastic. This design is called Kolapsar, which combines, again, the 2 different materials. It combines recycled rubber and recycled plastic, which makes up the walls of the shelf. What is very interesting about it is that it is very innovative in its own way, because sometimes maybe you have the problem that you cannot fit in to shelves. Some stuff, maybe the shoes are too big and they just do not fit. But because this is made of rubber, it will stretch around the shoe or whatever you put in. So this is the innovative thing about it. It's very easy to open, also by single hand. And so these were these kinds of projects that we were really promoting. What we continue with at Reborn Design is challenging the students with different materials. And we set off to maybe start a new challenge, and that would be going virtual. So we would like to grow a little bit more into the virtual space, where we would like to engage a little bit more people, more designers, and more companies. So it would be not these 3 materials. We would like to challenge all types of companies, all types of production waste companies, to challenge designers and ask them, so we have waste, what do you think that you can do? And so there are rules to this, and the rules will remain as they were for the competition. By the way, the design that you see behind me, this is recycled concrete. And we ask the companies to give us the materials, and the students should submit the design. The design should be eco-friendly, it should be also economically friendly, and it should solve a particular problem. And again, the designer is supposed to solve either a production problem, so using the design in a way that was never possible before because they found a way to use it, or make the product very attractive for the consumer, but again, not only because it is a recycled product, but because it looks beautiful and it is attractive for the consumer. This is again recycled concrete tile with some of the detail that you can see here. This is recycled glass from Czech company Preciosa. This would be normally a waste material that would end up in the nature or somewhere on the wasteland, which we thought it's a pity. And so we continue the collaboration. Recycled concrete was not visited by too many challengers. It was not approached with great enthusiasm, but in the end it was the most successful design. Here on this slide we see another winning design, and this was a design that we utilized, again, different materials. So the body of this project is made of recycled plastic boards. These were sheets that we can actually press ourselves. And the seating was made out of used seat belts, but not from used cars. These are seat belts that didn't get through the quality process when being cut to the specific length. And so we didn't know about this problem, that this problem existed, but a lot of seat belts do not make it through the quality process. And they are either burned or they are sent to the waste. And so we decided to use them. And this project proves that they can be used. This can be used also for kids. Basically, this is the safest material you can ever use because it is used in the automotive industry. And also the plastic is from the automotive industry. The body itself here is made out of polypropylene, which you can find in a lot of cars. A basic car, a small car, would have about 200 kilograms of plastic. And so we set on the path of using maybe not all of the plastic, but a lot of it. And we had a big team to do this. We collected a lot of brains from different associations and companies. All the partner companies that were there sent their juror, and they were judging these designs. You will see a slide with, these are not the jurors, this is the audience. We were lucky to have about 50 visitors at the big celebration of the end of Reborn Design Challenge. We also invited the public, and we were so happy to have them there because we could see how much more interested people are in this upcycling economy, and that this is a growing field. They showed great support also during the presentations of the winners of the challenge. And these are the jurors. You could see there jurors from Škoda Auto, IKEA, Skanska, from the Czech Technical University, some faculty members there, Mida Consulting, us, Jitka from Plastenko is there, me from Lavaris and Reborn Design as well. And that would be it for me. Thanks a lot for your time, and happy to be here again.
Thank you. Hopefully the big companies will use this approach ourselves to reborn things. The next presenter is from greenfilming.cz, Miss Eva Dvořáková-Perez, who will introduce us the green filming platform.
Hello, hello. Yes, so we can start. Good morning. So my name is Eva Dvořáková Perez, and I'm a film producer, and I'm also a member of a team working for Czech Audiovisual Producers Association that has prepared this project greenfilming.cz. And before I start explaining you what this particular project is about, I thought it might be interesting for you to hear what the green filming word means, in fact, because somebody might think that green filming is some new technology or new style of filming, but in fact you might be disappointed that it's not. Green filming is just the same as filming. We just tell people how to do it a little bit different in every step they are used to do for decades, in every single step they do during the film shooting, because we realize that even you do small changes everywhere, then the total change in the end of your film product is really big. So this is what we want to educate also our producers and all film professionals, that the transition from filming to green filming is nothing really very difficult. And so greenfilming.cz is a web platform. It's a platform that was built by Czech Audiovisual Producers Association. Our association has currently 133 members, which are all Czech producers and production companies. These are producers of all kind of audiovisual work. So we have feature film producers, documentary, animated films, short films, TV series, commercials as well. And all these productions or audiovisual works have one thing in common. And the thing is our planet, which we use as a location for filming. And it's our only filming location for filming. And I know that it's our only living location as well, but if we forget about this fact and we take it from the filmmaker's perspective, that we use the planet as one of our tools, one of our necessity, and when we want to use it again in next shooting, again and again, we should treat it this way. And this is what we want every producer and every filmmaker to understand, that if they are not behaving to this tool that they want to use again, they will lose it very soon. So how can we influence the environment by our audiovisual work, by the audiovisual in general? I think that it's quite clear that the power of audiovisual or film industry is really great, and it has even grown in last few years during the COVID times, where everybody was kind of stuck to TV screens and film monitors. So we have a big power, and if someone has such a big power, he has also big responsibility how he uses this power. And this is also what we want to teach all our film producers, that we have kind of two ways how we can influence this. First way is to put the climate and the environment into the content on the screen, so every viewer who's watching our work, our results, is aware of what's happening around us. And the second thing is are the practical steps, as I mentioned, that we are doing during the film shoot and preparation shooting and the post-production. And if I'm saying that we should put the climate into the content, it doesn't mean that we should only shoot films about environment and about the climate crisis, but it rather means that we are living in the climate crisis, and films are also about, or mainly about, our lives. So we should just accept it and put it everywhere, even in the scripts, as something that we are living every day. Because one clever man said that if climate isn't in your story, it's already a science fiction. And I think this is very true, because we are living in here. So these are all the reasons why we built this platform, that we want to make it very easy and understandable for any filmmaker to make this transition from filming to green filming, because we realize that the time is now and we can't lose it. And sometimes I hear it very often from the producers that they are kind of interested in it, how to do the sustainable shoots, but there's so many informations around them and they don't know where to start. So we wanted to make something to help them where to start. So, and this is already our platform, how it looks like. It's structured very easily, so everybody can get oriented there really quickly. It's divided into 4 chapters: why, how, with, and who. Why, I think it's obvious, we know. How is the most visited chapter and most useful one, because there you can find the guidelines. There is a green filming manual which goes department by department with ideas what every, like makeup department, electrician department can do to make their work more sustainable. There is also my favorite part, which is a checklist for every department, which is super easy. It's kind of like a shopping list. You just can go through it and do the checks of every point if you did it or not. And it sounds quite super simple and maybe silly, but it really helps a lot, because very often these steps and these checks are just a simple ideas which wouldn't occur to the people. But if you put it on the list and they just want to go through it and check it, it helps a lot. Then we have carbon calculators in this chapter as well, because we have a specified carbon calculators for filmmakers, because it's quite a specific discipline, and usual carbon calculator just doesn't work for film production. And then we have a chapter who and with who, which I lost already, but the who is the databases of film productions that already committed to follow green measures on set, so they already declared that they will follow these rules. And with whom is a chapter which we are feeding with the green suppliers so that we can use during the filming. And then this is another chapter on the webpage which we are feeding with the articles and news, not only from film industry, but from all kinds of industries in terms of sustainability that we can use during the filming shooting. Because, as I said, filming is quite complex discipline where we are using every part of industry, so we are kind of collecting these new creations, and we put it on the webpage. And I hope I got your attraction, and you might look at our webpage and maybe find some tools for your department or your personal life as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I really like the idea of the checkbox. It's a small step from filming to the gaming industry. We are so far in the afternoon, we're talking mostly about the environmental impact. But our next speaker from Charles Games, Ondřej Paška, will talk more, I guess, about the social impact of the games of Charles Games Studio, which is an indie studio based in Prague, and which is sort of spin-off of Charles University. So floor is yours.
Hi, so we can start. So my name is Ondřej Paška, and I'm a game developer. I've been developing games since I was a kid, basically, but today I'm coming here as the CTO of Charles Games, which is a small indie game studio based in Prague. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our history and what we are doing and what we're planning for the future. It all started at the Charles University, where we met working at a project called Czechoslovakia 3889. And we were working with professional historians from the Czech Academy of Sciences on creating a series of educational simulations for high schools teaching about modern Czech history, because we thought that's a topic that's not really well taught, or maybe we could teach it in a more interesting way, more accessible for young people. And we got really good feedback on those simulations, and decided to. We started thinking about making it into a commercial game and translating it also to other languages. But as we soon discovered, Charles University is not the most flexible institution to create games and to publish games. Where we tried to subscribe to Steam, which is the biggest platform to sell games. They needed some founding documents of our company to allow us to start selling games there, and we realized that those documents are from 1348 of Charles University. So we decided to create our own company, and after a lot of paperwork and a lot of dealings, we succeeded in that. We created a spin-off company where Charles University still owns a stake, And our first task was to take these simulations and make them into real games. The first one here is Attentat 1942. And our most recent one is called Svoboda 1945. So both of these games take place during the Second World War, with Svoboda coming at the very end, dealing with topics like the rise of communism and the expulsion of student Germans. So these games deal with heavy topics and try to present them in the most human ways and engaging ways, and trying to teach history. It's not just set in stone. We also developed this toolkit for creating these games, and we put it on the Asset Store, which is the marketplace for game plugins for the most commonly used engine, Unity. And we wanted to allow other people to create their own games in this style. So here you see our team. We are quite small, not everybody's working full time, but yeah, we are quite diverse and I would say talented. And after developing these two games, we were looking for other things to do, and we were all committed to creating games that have some social impact and are dealing with these heavy topics as our previous games. And so these are our games from last year. We created Train to Sachsenhausen, which is a game about the student protest during the occupation, during the Nazi occupation of Czechoslovakia. And we also started to work together with the NGO People in Need, and we created a game about cyberbullying. But mostly I want to talk to you about our latest projects. Here you can see the game that we are currently finishing, which is a game in cooperation with people in need in northern Iraq. And it's a game about saving water and being environmentally friendly in northern Iraq, and it's going to be used to teach kids there. So I would say this is probably the only game that deals with such a topic. And our upcoming game is also focused on the environment, most importantly on climate change, actually, because we long thought that this is a topic that deserves the attention of games. And games are very good at talking about or teaching about systemic issues, and climate change is a systemic issue. So this is a game that we're currently working on, and it's going to allow players to replay the nearest 100 years and trying to go different ways. It's going to be a little bit more abstract because we don't want to actually go into very much specifics, because we are still not sure scientifically how everything works, but hopefully we can at least make the public more aware of these issues and possible solutions as well, because we don't want to be all hopeless. What's in the future for us? We started working in this big consortium with museums and other game companies on a European project about digitizing museum collections. And we're going to be working on a game that uses the collections of the World Childhood Museum in Bosnia. And also we're working with the Goethe Institute on a game about Franz Kafka very soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a great way how to represent these topics to the younger generation. Next topic and next organization is called Ovace, and it's a development program for cultural and creative industry. It's a new program I bring from Norway, so I'm personally curious what it's about.
Hello. My name is Radka Murasová, and I'm glad to be here with you. I am not... Is it the presentation going? Yes, I'm not going to talk about my dancing career. I'm going to talk about how we are helping creators and artists to do what they love and be successful. I am one of the founders of the Innovation Center Inion, based in Karlovy Vary region, and our mission is to bring healthy, entrepreneurial and innovative spirit to the local economy, with focus on projects within digitalization, circular economy, and cultural and creative industries. Our team is composed more than by 1/2 of creators, and that's why we know how creativity is important for innovation and sustainable development. We also know that creators are great at their specific skills and talents, but they fail when talking about business issues. They don't know how to sell themselves, they don't know what price tags to put on their services, where to find their clients. Sometimes it's so hard for them, so they give up on their passion. And that's something we don't want to see in the world. And we were looking for the solution we could deploy to help creators overcome that obstacle. And we found it by uniting forces with Entrepreneur.dy. Entrepreneur.dy is leading research-driven developer and implementer of programs for entrepreneurs based in Bergen, Norway. On the picture you see Kevin. He is from the Entrepreneur.dy team, and in June he was in Karlovy Vary at our business conference trying this unique 3D printed cello, my cello, that was presented earlier here. And that is a coincidence. I put it on the presentation as an example of brilliant idea that we believe that through the program we could help creators to generate more such brilliant ideas. Anyway, thanks to the Entrepreneur.dy and their experience in the implementing programs, whereof the program for culture and creative industries on behalf of Norwegian Arts Council is among the most successful. Thanks to the Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway support through EEA grants, we are bringing to the Czech Republic program Ovace as a program for development program for culture and creative industries. In the program we are working with 2 target groups, creators and corresponding umbrella associations. We provide them with the training sprints that improve their entrepreneurial skill set and thinking. For that we are using SEAM method that is owned by Entrepreneur.dy, and the most important takeaway for you now is that this method views entrepreneurship as a discipline, and as such anybody can learn it, even creators. So through the program we are helping them to develop their entrepreneurial projects. In other words, in this period of transition and in Europe where creativity and innovation are essential for growth and sustainable development, we are helping creators to unleash their creative minds and make best of their unique talents, so eventually they can become successful entrepreneurs, create sustainable businesses, and finally make the world a better place. So if you are a creator and you would like to join this program, please scan the code and let's get in touch. If you represent the umbrella association, please scan the code and let's get in touch. Or if you are a partner or potential collaborator and you would like to know more information, scan the code and let's get in touch. Otherwise, I would like to thank you for this opportunity and have a wonderful time here on this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will definitely be in touch because we are doing sort of same thing. The next project is a studio based in Prague and Brno. It's an architectural studio named Koga, which is focused not only on the architecture, but also on the public spaces and making them livable. So let me welcome Viktor Odstrčilík from Brno or Prague, I guess. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. A lot of really nice projects. So, start now. Hello, my name is Viktor Ostrčilík. I'm one of the founders of Koga Studio, together with my friends Alexandra Georgescu and Tomáš Kozelský. Our studio is, or one of the directions of our studio is adaptive reuse. We are trying to transform existing buildings into new functions and give them new life. This is our studio, and I would like to kind of go through some projects today which are related with the culture and creative industries. First project, the distillery. It was a bottom-up project we started with. It's transformation, conversion of old distillery in Brno, which we transformed into spaces for our office and for another entrepreneurs we want to collaborate with. And it was kind of first small creative hub in Brno, and slowly it became by providing the spaces, the venue. There was an art cinema in there, there was a yard for connecting the people, and we managed to attract even the community and the locality around to become a space where people were coming, and because they see that there is a potential and their small businesses can work there. By learning from the distillery, we were invited to participate on a project of official creative hub in Brno called KUMS. Actually, they will be presenting after me, so I'm really looking forward. And approach we call the slow development. It was existing building. We polished the building. We managed to already have some budget there and put another layer which was allowing the people to use it properly, to have their own studios in there, and to relate it with some common spaces where the people can meet, can discuss their ideas. There is a recording studio and so on, and related also with the developing of their businesses, that the businesses can grow and they can be sustainable even from the economical point of view. So there is a KUMS, and it became a quite popular spot in Brno, not only for the creatives. Air Square, it's a specific product. It's a instant square transportable venue. It's a product we developed together with the Kubíček Visionaire, which is a producer of inflatables, and we want to show on this product that this connection in between creatives, which was in this case us as a Koga, with the producers, can bring some product which can have an impact into public space. The installation of Air Square is now like traveling from Seattle to Berlin, Budapest, Logroño in Spain. And we, through this, learned that we can work with the public spaces. You can build it in a few hours, and you have an instant venue which is already attracting people. It's bringing them some shelter from the sun. It's like a place where events can happen, and it's really popular. Next example of collaboration, it's transformation and reconstruction of shopping mall, which we were asked for, and we in this case collaborate with a local artist, Václav Kočí, who helped us with the color scheme we used on the facade, and this project is really a really good example that the creatives can collaborate in between, and then it's appreciated even from the client. Next, a approach, circularity and usage of the materials. Like the material you see on the pictures, they were used in distillery, the first project I was showing, and when we were moving from there, we took all of the materials, transport them, and create the project called Grounds. It's a cafe with a coffee roastery in Prague. You can see it now. They have, it's in Karlín. They have really good coffee, so go there and check it. And the construction you see, the interior is from 90% from the recycled materials, and it's showing that the sustainability can be quite easy, and the connection in between the creatives and the producers, the guys from the Rastinel's coffee roastery who are running this place, can bring something extra because the place is combining more functions. And the last project is showing that all these approaches leading to so-called orange economy, when you're attracting the creatives, but the creatives are actually producing some value, some real money. We are now showing in the project in development area in Brno. It's a transformation of all the heat plant, which we are like accommodating with the functions like shared offices, venues, cultural zone, some gastro zone, and we believe this approach can be understood and used even by the big investors and developers, and can help to create the new heart of this developing area in the city of Brno. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I definitely have to try the cafe in Karlín. Victor was mentioning Kunst, which is our partner, because even though we are a Prague-based organization, we are trying to cooperate with the whole regions, not only in Czechia, but also in Moravia and Silesia. So it's really my pleasure to welcome Bára Netopilová from Kunst, which will be presenting the whole new era in Brno, what Kunst represents.
So I am Barbara, and I'm making something like a community curator in our creative hubs. So thank you for the intro about our space. And I want to say you something about our way from the zero to something like a miracle. So our origin story starts in 2009, when the Forum for a Creative Europe clearly showed that the support for the culture and creative industries is essential. So after, in 2014, we mapped the CCIs in the Brno. It's the second biggest city in the Czech Republic, you know, and discovered that it represents 10% of population of the city. So this was the starting point for our creative center, known as a Kunst. We were presented in European Parliament this year as a good example of the new European Bauhaus in practice. So what has our journey been like? In the beginning, we looked for the right space and also for support from our region. During this time, our project was protected by South Moravian Innovation Center, and we began thinking about a location. One stood out: the former city jail in Brno, a huge historical building rich in history. However, due to some historical complications and high renovation cost, it wasn't a realistic option at the time. Around the same time, the South Moravian Innovation Center started a creative credit program, which supported cooperation between creatives and technology companies. This was the first realistic support of the creative industry in the Brno, and it showed how lucid our innovation center was. The people there knew that our region was strong in the technical industries and innovation, but these industries don't achieve a lot of success without linked creative and culture industries. By luck, we discovered an empty building in the city center, built in the 1930s. At the point, it was the former university administration building for technical studies. It has also been a famous science cinema, and later a canteen for pure students. More recently, it was the Faculty of Fine Arts. There were ateliers, music studios, photo studios, etc. We were excited to be able to continue this building's education tradition, and the building is still open to curious and interested visitors. So we decided that this is the place for our new creative hub, and that the renovation should respect the early spirit and philosophy of the building's previous functions. Renovation work on the building was begun. After 10 years, our first pilot program took place Brno Design Days. The renovation of the building was taken care of by Koga Studio, and they believe that the best direction for architecture is adaptive reuse, getting new function from our old buildings. Now, we have a wonderful buzzy space. We filled 95% of the building capacity within 1 year. Approximately 60 members have ateliers or studios. We proudly assist the cooperation and diversity of our creative industries, function something like a community curator. We also make community events, meetups, workshops, etc. But our main services is supporting creative businesses. Our main knowledge came from our innovation center, which helps prepare business briefs for tech companies. For us at KUMS, we need to change the narrative of how we speak to creatives. For example, we have courses for technical companies, I want to do business, but for creatives, it's different. I don't want to do business. The important topic for creatives is also money. It is necessary for creatives to be able to ask for good money for their work. We are really proud of our members. We have video makers, photographers, fashion designers, music producers. In the picture before you saw plastic guys. They are architects, they make boards from plastic waste and use it to make furniture and other products. The next example is Board Cubator, developers of board games. They asked us for expert consultation regarding the organization, their team, and improving their financial skills. So from our program, Prototype and Verify, they won a grant to complete a prototype of board game with an innovation mobile app. A lot of our members are focused on the principles of a new European Bauhaus. They connect sustainability, function, and design. So I'm very happy to invite you to KUMS personally. We are organized a 2-day study trip to Brno on 21st and 22nd of October. You can explore KUMS from the cellar to the roof, visit the atelier studios of our creatives. On the first day, we are preparing a program full of inspiration, talks by our members and creatives from our region, and also which are focused on the value of new European Bauhaus. They will be talking about their project, and we are also preparing a networking event, so we are very, very invited. On the second day, we will invite you to the exhibition center. There will be a Makers Fair and Game Access Festival. So this is everything what I want to say you. I'm very pleased that I can come here. And if you need more information about our study trip or about KUMS, you are here with my very nice colleague Tamara, and we are here for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hopefully you we will all register after your speech. We are nearly in the end, but it wouldn't be a conference on CCI, creative industries topic without Ondřej Kašpárek, the famous mastermind behind the Makers movement in Czech Republic. So the floor is yours. Enjoy your speech.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we can go on. Thank you. So, hello, my name is Ondřej, and I'm so glad to be here to be able to say the few words about what we are doing. This is not me, it's not even my brother, it's Josef Prusha, the interesting entrepreneur here in Czech Republic who found a company 10 years ago to create accessible 3D printer to share worldwide. The company have almost 80,000 80,000 million euros turnover, which means that they make lots of money to share and give it back. So there was the idea to give back to community, and we create together a workshop, Fab Lab, open space for the creative people coming to approach the technology, to get to know how to create their ideas in a physical way. So we're using the digital fabrication, which are usually tools maybe some of you know, 3D printers, but also laser cutters and CNC mill. And the thing is that we want to help the people create their ideas. We are a Fab Lab. It means that we are part of the huge community around the world. There are many Fab Labs around, and we're trying to get together to connect and to share our projects. The main operation model is members-based, so it's like basically gym for innovators, creators, or other makers to use the technology in the community together. So we used to work like this. We used to have like 100 members per month. Usually 50% are changing. But after COVID came, we have to close to public, and we just kind of cherry-pick the projects we collaborate more on. So you can see some examples. We work with the health issues. We're trying to do some prosthetics, or also we trying to working with a local arts institution like National Gallery with the restoration processes, and of course the open source is crucial thing. So our sustainable projects are touching such ideas like a beehive sensor to be able to monitor the conditions of the bees, and of course share it to the community. Because the company producing lots of plastic, we decided also to tackle the issues of recycling. So we build up the machine using the robotics arms to be able to large-scale print, to use all the plastic which is not sold in the filaments, or we also work with the old part of printers, because as you see our printers are made of PET, the plastics like you can see here, so we press it and try to do the desks. But this is actually not the good way, because in the end you realize that this is like a oak massive, the price for this desk is like an oak massive, so this is not good way of recycling. So we are still trying to find the best solution how to use the waste. I think the crucial thing is also collaborate with the artists when they use the technology. It's much more accessible for people to understand what could be done with, for example, the 3D printer. So you could see the examples of our arts projects here, working with the Festival of Lights. The first one was the reflection, the mirrors. The second one called Nezmar. I don't know how to translate it actually, Nezmar. In Google Translator you can get do not waste, but this is installation containing lots of ropes full of spinach, and if you light it on UV light it gets red. So this kind of things we're trying to also address the sustainability and environment. So for example, this installation was more about fundraising, like like a drops of water, you can basically playful way collect some coins and to purposes like keeping the water in the landscape. So this was examples of the project what could be done, but we decided to focus more on local businesses and helping them from the prototype do this at least small series production. So we opened the hardware acceleration process, which is not that common in Czech Republic, and we're helping this early stage entrepreneurs. So a few examples which are interesting are maybe this kind of 3D printed seats made of plastic. So be able to use parametric design, which are actually content of 18 different parameters, and once you sign in, the parametric model gives you a special shape, and you can get your own customized seat. Or this is example of product called Flock Clock. It's basically the clever ear tag for the cows. If they are spreading around meadows and fields, they are not usually going quite often back to their home, so we have to track them to know what are their conditions. So it's also interesting how to help this kind of rural environment and farming. These are examples of inflating inline skates, again, to be able to last mile kind of the distance between the tram and school and tram or home, not need to use public transport, but just take your inlines. And to all those startups, we trying also find the best way to invest in, connect them with the VCs, or sometimes invest directly. And that, because we really like to share, we are presenting our work on the maker fairs and also like events like this. And hopefully it was inspiring for you. And if you have some ideas how to collaborate, I'm here, and the company will be ready to help to develop the ideas and maybe share it for a better future for all of us. So thanks a lot for presenting here, to be here, and if you have any ideas or thoughts, just don't hesitate to contact me. Thanks a lot.
I really like the inlines, but the guy on the photo looked really scared. Actually, the goal of the whole this blog was to inspire, and I'm really happy that we end up with the Průšel Lab and the making, because we have saying Zlaté české ručičky, or golden Čechyše hände, or gold Czech hands, which is basically that it's in our identity, the making, and we try to show the different identities through these presentations, not only the making identity, but also the value, identity, and legacy of Václav Havel, for example, by the Charles Games, and somehow also the identity of the potential and readiness to cooperate, which is something what I really feel right now in the Czech creative ecosystem. It's just really opening, and it really makes me happy that throughout those 2 days I feel it also in person. So let's have a little break. We can have a lunch, and we can meet here at 2 p.m. I guess, and we will close the summit with the workshop of EIT, Culture and Creativity with Gerina Trautenbergera. So thank you very much to all presenters, to all of you. It was, for me, it was really inspirational, and hopefully we will not see you last time, and we will cooperate in the future. So see you at 2 p.m. I will ask everybody for the last time to go back to your seats, and we will start with the last part of the program, with the highlight. So we will start in like 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Okay. It is presented as a workshop. A workshop means that we sit together and work together on something. So I would say it's more like a extended Q&A. So please, if there are any questions, anything pops up, please raise a hand and ask. So it's more interactive session than a classical workshop where we sit on one table and work together. Basically, now we come to an end, or don't we? But actually this end is the beginning of something much, much bigger. First of all, I want to thank the team of Kreativní Praha for these 3 lovely, beautiful days. I met so many new people. I met old friends. I made new friends, I would say. So for us as the ECBN, this was one of our highlights, actually. And I think this starts also as a new collaboration, and we will hopefully also with the backup of this project I will present, we're gonna to create new interesting projects, events, stuff, and places where people can meet. Okay, so those of you who were yesterday already here, you heard some parts of it, but I will repeat them or start with them again, because some of you weren't there, so to bring you up to date. So the EIT Culture and Creativity. EIT is the European Institute of Technology. Basically, they get every year tons of money to create communities, innovation communities, we won the bid. Also ECBN was part of it, or our members were part of it. We won the bid 8 weeks ago, and we have now the need to create creative innovation communities. And this presentation is a little bit about how we envision these next years will be working, how we envision what is going on. And one pillar of the whole EIT project is the RIS scheme, or the Regional Innovation Scheme. And basically I will talk about what is going on. So okay, first I will present the model of the European Institute of Innovation. Then we talk about our mission of the EIT Culture and Creativity, then our approach, and then especially about the risk scheme. So what is the EIT model? Integration of the knowledge triangle. So basically our goal, or our means also, but basically our goal now is to bring together research, businesses, and education. The EIT is started 10 years ago with other kicks, so to say, and they managed to bring together now 1,800 companies, also including SMEs, nearly 500 higher education institutions, 420 research centers, and nearly 300 cities. So the EIT itself, there is a climate kick. You met yesterday Kirsten Dunlop. There is EIT Digital, EIT Food, EIT Energy, Health, Manufacturing, Raw Materials, and Urban Mobility. So the Culture and Creativity basically is the newest, or the latest edition of creating innovation communities. And yeah, we have to say that the European Union identified the culture and creative industries as one of the key cornerstones of their industrial strategy. So our motto is creatives without borders, innovation without limits. That was somehow our bit motto. We don't want to create closed clubs. The old system worked always that people got together, and said, this is my turf and nobody should get in, and we divide the money amongst us. So, what is the vision? I mean, we know that there are 12 million creative professionals living in Europe. Nearly 3 million companies, and most of them are small and medium-sized companies. 90% of them small and medium-sized companies. And out of these 90%, we know that 60% are micro-entrepreneurs. So people who are basically working alone at home, franchising, or having some side jobs where they can support their living. So we have really a lot to do in that sense. But together we create 5.5% of the European GDP. So basically we are contributing a lot to the GDP. But what we do see is that this is not reflected in the budgets of different member states, how money is distributed. So this is also something we want to make aware, that we contribute a lot to the budget, but very few payments or money get back. So our approach, to build networks of networks, a network of networks, to facilitate the cross-fertilization and to empower the ecosystem. So the network of networks already, the bit was, we are now in the stage where we negotiate with the EIT about the funding phase. But to be with the winning consortia, we gathered 50 partners in 20 nations, 17 partners in the risk regions, and non-profit or for-profit, so it was mixed. It was not like only universities or only profit organizations, so it's a very bag of mixed things, so to say. This is our regional or geographical approach. So basically the big stars, you see, that's 6 co-location centers, that's somehow the service hubs for the whole network. We will create 200 local hubs. We want to have 3,000 plus cultural heritage institutions, because the whole Horizon program nowadays is also, it's culture, creativity and heritage. We have to create 130 new networks, and we estimate to then 150,000 members. And you see the distribution of our networks. So what also is our aim is to create synergies with other European programs. So one of the big need findings we saw when we started to creating this project is that the creatives are not really well connected with other European platforms, with other European projects. And so, of course, we want to be connected or connect to the European Bauhaus, to the Green Deal, to the Pact for Skills, Creative Europe, Heritage Alliance, European Digital Innovation Hubs, regional smart specialization strategies, and much, much more. So this is, you have to see our, sorry, excuse me. It's a little bit difficult to speak against the wall. So the idea is, that this is a service organization for your organizations to have access to these other networks. Unlocking the innovation potential by enabling cross-fertilization. So, I mean, cross-innovation, and this is a really the basic idea that we want to provide. We want to bring the creatives to other businesses. We want to connect creatives with other projects, So, and we strongly believe that the creative industries has a say, in how innovation is made, and we should help them in do so. So, cross-fertilization is one of our guiding principles. Technology, business, artistic innovation, and social innovation. The 4 pillars we are working on is first creating values. I mean, give also a business model to that. So there will be an IP marketplace where you can put up your ideas, and hopefully somebody else will connect to that or see that idea, and we can connect, you know, idea and even other enterprises who want to work with that. Investment club, I think Bernd talked about a lot. Policy club, where we try to influence the policy making, the strategies of regions, of nations, and of course we have to create new narratives for our creative industries. So basically what we're working on is then on circular fashion, digital technologies, digital twin ideas, green and media, audio, visual, sustainable architecture, inclusive design, resilient regeneration, heritage. So, I mean, this is the contribution we want to give to the Green Deal, so to the Green Deal and to the transformation of our industry. So this is somehow the idea how this all work out at the end. So today, we need to have a behavioral change of citizens and corporations, and we want to achieve this through, I mean, also education, new curriculums, ventures, startups, new innovation IPs, and of course we also committed to build 500 different SDG projects. This will generate, oh yeah, that's a big number, 215 million visitors of venues. I mean, this is over the course of 10 years. 250 SMEs in 4 networks, a gigantic number of online impressions, 5,000 hubs and institutions, and 500,000 students and ICEs we connect to the higher education institutions. Because you remember, we have to build this knowledge triangle between research, businesses, and education. So, I mean, education means also we create master programs, PhDs. We will try to train a quarter of the workforce for the green transition, for digital, for entrepreneurship. And then we have 10,000 innovations. We would like to bring 10,000 innovations to the global market. And, of course, policy and public regulations, I think this I already mentioned. And, of course, not only on the top level, but also on very local or regional levels. So what does it mean now? I mean, this is something, you know, we said this is the end of the conference, but the start of something new. So where is the Czech Republic come into play? It's the Regional Innovation Scheme. What is the Regional Innovation Scheme? So basically the Commission made a European Innovation Scoreboard. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So basically the scoreboard tells us in which state each member state is on different innovation levels. And there's a medium innovation score, and then there are top or followers. And basically the Czech Republic, all the new member states, and also Portugal, all the structural funds receivers are followers in innovation. So they get a special attention also by the EIT to, you know, to foster, to create new ideas, so to say. And the EITCC could be a tool for you in that sense. So examples which exist already from other kicks is, for example, the EIT Inno Energy organizes a Power Up project. EIT Health is, for example, the EIT Jumpstarter, and the Climate Kick cooperate with other EIT hubs and run its EIT Risk Accelerator. So if you want to get an idea how it will work out, then you can visit this project. How is the EIT Risk implemented? It should be flexible. So it's not like a center structure where you have to come and ask, can we do this? No, it should be flexible. It should be visible, so the community should know. So if we work together with Creative Prague, one task would be, you know, get to know that this is happening. We have to engage with these new communities. We have to bring on board new members. And of course to liaise or to connect the relevant national, regional, and local authorities. So if we talk about Brno, we have to talk to the mayor and say, well, the EAT provides, funding. What can you do to get this money? So it's not like a one-way street; it's a double-way street. So we can work together to help Brno to establish new ideas, new things. So, and there are already more than 90 EAT hubs in 18 different risk countries already existing. Yeah, so the question is how this really is. What is the governance of such a structure? 50% co-location centers are risk nations, so this is what we try, not only to concentrate on the traditional leading countries, but also to go where it's needed. There will be a risk director. There will be program strategies, improve the capacity, access to the capital, scale lifelong learning trainings. Yeah, so I think this was the theme of this conference too, that you never stop learning. And of course we have to help that the creatives learn and upskill. And of course we have to work on the policy frameworks. We have to convince ministry, mayors, councillors, and also local politicians that the creative industries is something they need and they should be interested in prospering. Tools we would like to provide is 30% of the budget goes to the risk countries, 30 accelerators and incubators in the EU we would like to establish. There should be risk hubs. So I don't know, I mean maybe Creative Praha could be such a risk hub. Investments in startups and scale-ups. 44,000 trained professionals should be also located or connected to the risk hubs, and 100 CCI-led social innovation projects. Why are these numbers so precise? This is the KPIs we are committed to the EAT. So if there is 110, I think they're also happy. But if there was only 90, they are not happy with us. So, but together this will build the European innovation ecosystem. Of course, there's also risk hub funding, where we try to engage with local organizations to serve the risk hub. So this could be then a central role of such a hub, to engage with the local community, to bring the local community to the EAT. And of course, administrative costs such as office-related infrastructure and personnel costs and so on are not eligible. So this means this can be covered by the city government, for example. So you get budget, but the city government, of course, has to put something into the pot as well. What are the next steps? So as Bernd, I think, told you, and I did also, it's 8 weeks ago we won it, so shortly before the summer break. Now we are in negotiation about what you are really doing with that winning bid. And the next year, or this year and the next year, will be the setup of the structure to find the good collaboration partners. And we will start from the 1st of January 2024. So we will, in the later this year, we will publish such a roadmap. I mean, this is just, to give an idea, but there will be a more detailed roadmap, of course, and how we prepare 2023 and how we gonna set up also the risk structure. Basically, if there are good ideas, and we have 9 action program modules, if there are already ideas coming up or you want to prepare them, they will be also published beginning of next year, and there will be like normal horizon calls, and you can bring your community and to join and to pitch ideas for that. And basically it's about capacity building, program synergies, and policy integration. Yeah, so that's basically the presentation. I mean, if there are now, I would like to have more interactive part in that sense. So if you have direct questions now, I can answer. I can't answer all the questions because we just 2 days ago we handed in the final proposal and we didn't get the feedback yet. But as much as I can answer your questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you. I know Anja.
Thank you, Gerina.
You're welcome.
Maybe I didn't hear you mention, but what's the average funding per year, let's say, for RISHub?
I think it's not clear, but it's 30%.
30%, but not the amount.
We get the funding, and 30% is reserved for risk activities. But the other 70%, of course, can be also accessed by risk countries, so to say. But this should be directly dedicated to risk activities.
Yeah, but maybe from other risk hubs from other communities, if you know.
They have a totally other budget, but I would assume now one number we clearly communicated is that there will be 80 million given to create businesses. So 80 million, 30% of that goes to the risk countries over the course of 10 years with this 80 million. So just that you know, I mean, the bid was 150 million. So we got 150 million from the European Union, from the EIT, to be correct, for as a startup, fund. We have to gather another 450 million. So in total, the budget we will have after 10 years, or we accumulated after 10 years, is €500 million. So that's why it's not like it's only giving money, it's also contributing and convincing local authorities also to put some money in the bank, so to say, and to help this project to grow. Lucas?
Thank you. Let me get it straight if I understand it right. So 2023, you're mainly looking for partners to establish the network. 2024, you start pouring money on culture creative industries. Yeah. And could you tell me anything closer on the partnership programs? For example, like is Creative Prague is definitely eligible? Does the city of Prague should be get involved, or maybe it's just projects we can work on together? So they give the half of the funding, but they're not the partner. Yeah. How does this work?
So in the case of Prague, I mean, not in the case of Brno, but in the case of Prague, definitely there are associated partners already. So this gives you a head start, so to say. But now, then next year, we have to talk with the city government to say, well, if you really want to have, support by the EIT, what can you bring on the table?
So these are basically like individual talks. There's no like a specific scheme, like if you want to be a partner, you are paying
there is of course other kicks solved it that way. You have to pay in 100,000 euros, then you're a member, and when you pay in 100,000, you get back 1 million. This kick is not bid like this. So we make a bottom-up kick, so everybody can basically member. But there are different membership tiers. And the biggest is 25,000 euros, and we want also to have a lot of other normal, creatives, and this will be discussing about 50 or 100 euros a year, and of course you receive services for that. So it's not for nothing. It's really like you get services for that.
Okay, once I'm holding the mic, I'm going to take all the attention. So follow-up question, do you have a timetable when you are going to send the next materials, so like a harmonogram for the next year or something like that? Because I would like to make some notes today and send them to the like our members of our innovation platform, and then follow up. So like, do you have something
this presentation you can have, and I think we said at the end of this year there will be a detailed guide through the next year and beginning of 2024.
So maybe last.
But I see you really would like to know more in the sense, so we should stay in, to have a conversation and go on with that. I mean, Anja, she's from Slovenia, from MAU, and from the Center for Creativity. And of course, for example, I'm representing the CLC Vienna, also Alps and Seas, Southeast European, and we will start also on the 1st of 2024, 1st January of 2024. But as we already, thinking about, we need Anja in Ljubljana, and to cover, you know, this other huge area, which of course there's a language problem, there is different culture, you know, so it would be strange to say that we know everything what should be done there. So we have to work with other centers, with other RIS representatives to think really what can be done there and what is useful also, you know.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else?
Everybody's happy. Petra.
I will then continue with your questions. Also, you know, to involve our governments, municipalities already maybe today, to mention them something. If there will be any guidelines beside the slides that we can inform them to start to think in advance that they will have to join us and support us also.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem is we can't tell you much because it's not signed by the EIT yet. So this is something we have to prove to tell you. So and then we can tell you. Now we have to wait for 2 months or something. Then when this is signed and acknowledged by them, then we can start. But what you can tell your government, and I think, you know, most of the governments have an idea about the kicks, you know, that you want to be a stronger partner, and I think they know already what this means for them. So. Now, it means for them that they should, you know, invest manpower and also money into your structure that you can leverage on European level. So basically, it's not the idea that everything goes then on the big pot and then it's distributed. They have to provide on spot, you know, better support for you.
And how is then the relation between RIS hubs and the main partners of EIT, for example?
So, I mean, what we know so far, because the other did that, the main service centers are the CLC hubs. Yeah? So they are responsible. So we in Vienna, we are responsible for the Czech Republic, let's say. Yeah? And the RIS hubs themselves, they have to be connected to one of these CLCs and have then special agendas, special topics, special policy making initiatives which fit to the RIS area. So I think there will be some guidance, some relation, but basically the RIS hubs are connected to the main body. I hope I can answer that.
Yeah.
That's the next year to come to build. Petra.
I sort of know what is going to be happening next year, and in case of capacity building and the preparation of the EIT in the startup itself, is there anything what small creatives and companies can do to be prepared in 2024? Something what can do right now, like in case of they want to be not part of the consortium or EIT, but just get the benefit of it.
Well, as you might be aware, I mean, there will be no direct financial benefit, so to say, but I mean, like we see in Brno, you know, that it's a brilliant initiative, you know, and it's a brilliant activity, and we see that, you know, the creatives on site, you know, really ask for support. And we can come, you know, now. I can travel to Brno because it's so close for me, obviously. But we can support you, you know, talking to the mayors, you know, talking. I mean, suddenly, you know, it's a door opener. If you say it's 150 million, everything. That's interesting. So basically, it's a door opener. And if there are, you know, barriers now, maybe we can help to overcome this barrier in this year. And of course, afterwards too. But we can start with that. So if you see creatives doing something in the Czech Republic, want to do something, having a problem, so maybe then we can say, well, if you behave nice, Mr. Mayor, then maybe you'll become. No, I mean, but basically you can now start lobbying for a bigger idea.
you also mentioned that you plan on being sort of like a service organization for all the other EU funding, or at least cooperated. Yeah. How do you envision that? Are you going to do like a webinars and this sort of stuff? And when do you plan on starting with it? Like, is it already for 2023 maybe, or later?
So no, this is what we see, that the creatives struggle in access funding on European level. We see that across the board for many years now, and this is something we already discussed, how we can provide tools or workshops or something. And of course we have to start 2023, because then it will be happening to 2024. If we start 2000, it will be 2025. So basically we have to start with that. But it's not trivial, actually. That's, I mean, even bigger organizations struggle with that, So I mean, I don't know what your experience in the Czech Republic is, or maybe you have already, an idea how this could work. Then we would be really, really happy to hear that and to work on that. What we do now is, I mean, we presented it at the ECBN forum, that we try to establish an academy. But basically, it's not for businesses, for single business, really for administration, for bigger organization, for networks, how to access that money. But we have to break it down on a local level too. I agree. And yeah, this is something I learned also the last weeks, that when you look at the program of the Horizon program, before the old Horizon program, it was very hard for creatives to access, because the creativity and culture was not mentioned in any call. It was really like for technique development, for new production, something, So it was very hard to bring creatives on board. So since last year, the first time, creativity was mentioned in the Horizon calls, suddenly, we can bring creatives to any call, but it doesn't mean they're ready, and we are not ready for that even, So it's a long way still. Everybody's happy?
And maybe, you're gonna sign the contract within 2 months, and there's gonna be like a press conference with it. So maybe
yes, on the 5th of December, in Košice there will be a huge gathering, and they will sign or inaugurate, something like that. Yeah. So now we handed in 2 days ago on the 21st. The EIT is evaluating that, and I think in the mid of October, end of October, we will get the okay, I guess, I assume, or have to change something, for their sake, and then it will be officially on the 5th of December. That's the plan.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Because I'm just trying to write a small brief for our members, so I try to put some in. Yeah. It's what's coming next.
No, it's the 5th of December, which should be then the final date where Commissioner Gabriel will officially say, here is the money. Maybe we should make a workshop together.
But is this date open also to other possible RIS hubs or members, or is more closed for the...
I have no idea. Yeah, no, it's open more or less, but it's not that everybody can travel there, because there are not so many hotels in Košice, as I understand. So. So maybe if you know private accommodation, yes. No, I mean, I don't know, but sure. I think associates are also welcome in that sense.
Do we already know if Czech Republic is a part of the Vienna co-location center?
Oi. Well, on the map, you're part of our co-location center. Original, because it was due to language issues, it was meant that you're having more close relation to Košice. I mean, basically, you decide where you want to be serviced from. I mean, I can imagine that there was a heavy divorce going on a few years ago. Oh, a little bit at least. So you have to decide if there's a new partnership coming, or I don't know. I'm so.
In Vienna, for example, we're from Brno, in 1 hour able to trip to Košice. It's like all day thing.
basically, what I learned also from Michael is when you want to go from here to Košice, you have to fly to Vienna, and then from Vienna you have to fly to Košice. So I don't know. But this is not up to us. It's up to you. When you say you feel closer to Vienna, of course, we would be delighted to help, to service. I mean, really. I mean, it's up to you. You have to say, sorry, it's Vienna. No, it's No, I mean this is the point. I mean it's of course. I mean for the bid it's structured like this, and this is in the papers. But if you say it's not only about geographical thing. It's also about thematic. So if Košice is I think about well-being. If you want to do something with well-being, it's better to work with Košice. We would like to have develop the topic about new work, new processes, new materials. Because we feel like that our region is better off if we can bring this on the table. Yeah, but anyways, you're welcome. Also, if you choose Košice, we love you still.
Is it expected that that RIS centers cooperate?
Absolutely, yeah, sure. I mean, it's like regional centers which are connected and which have the same task and same tools.
So when we write a proposal, we also maybe think already about how to cooperate.
And I mean, what I know and what I understood also from Horizon program, it's always better to have some RIS members in the team, because it's also the money will be directed there more easily than if you just say we want to have Berlin, Amsterdam, and Barcelona. So I mean, obviously it's also the commitment by the Commission that these countries need more innovation or better access to innovation systems, so we have to work with that too.
How is with cooperation with other RIS centers? For instance, in Slovenia we have quite some. Is there a strategy or guidelines?
Yeah.
How
Especially you say now the RIS centers of the other KICs.
Yeah. Sorry.
So no, sure. No, I think this is what the EIT wants. That it's not islands which not cooperate. We have to cooperate with other KICs too. I mean, naturally, with health KIC, it's harder, because they are so specialized and so closed up, in medical technical terms and also law terms. But for example, mobility is the topic for us, climate, obviously, materials, manufacturing, So I mean, actually, they call already to us and say, well, we need creatives. Can you give us creatives? Because they have the problem that they have a perfect production line, everything, but lack of ideas. And we say yes, sure. We can be helpful in that sense. So yes, that's the idea. Still a question.
Yeah.
I'm grilled here, or?
I know you'll be working on it, but can you maybe elucidate for me a little bit like how you envision the cooperation with the big companies? Because you need to get funding from the private sector as well, so you're going to be looking for the partners. So is there anything like we can do for the Czech big companies who might be interested or are close, like should we start briefing them or like how you envision it? Because I can see like either corporates like the Škoda, even though it's German, but we count it as a Czech, and or I mean like Průšal Up is already doing stuff like that, so there might be potential for a partnership. So should we start doing something?
Absolutely. I mean, basically the idea about this KIC is cross innovation. So 3 years ago when we started it, we thought, what could be the difference, and we want to make a difference to bring the creatives to the companies. you know. So because they need innovation, they need help. I mean, Skoda, I don't know, they have innovations, a lot of, but creative innovations. Companies need this creative. So they have, in Austria we call this, we have transformation workshops, you know, where we help, for example, dance schools, you know, in the face of pandemic, you know, what do they do? I mean, they have no audience, you know. So what can they do with social media? So there we bring creatives and work with them on solutions how they can survive a pandemic, you know. So and this accounts for all other sectors too. They need creatives, you know.
And regarding sort of like a funding, so do you envision like a, I don't know, VC fund together or like a program?
No,
so
sorry,
like how are the, if I try to specify for the companies, how are they going to participate in financial terms? What does it mean? Are you going to create a fund together? Are you create programs together? Or like I can understand the benefits for them, but how are they going to take part financially? So they're going to like give you a subscription fee, or like do you have anything?
Of course, I mean, there are different levels, but of course we look for sponsors in any case. But if it comes to a service, I mean, we will develop, you know, service packages they can buy from the EIT, and of course then we say, well, there are the creatives, they get some money, the organization needs money for organizing that, and then you will have a result. So that's like a normal pitch or a normal, you know, workshop thing. So both, you know, we need big organizations who say they want to give money to the creative industries, you know, in general, like city governments, you know, but also there will be services where these tools are developed, yeah.
Right. Fair enough, thanks.
Okay. As I said, this is only the beginning of the journey. So I think, I mean, this next year, I guess I will be more often in Prague, as I understood. So I think there will be plenty of opportunities when we can present a more detailed version of what I'm saying now, what I told you now, and then we know more about it. Yeah. So thank you very much. Again, I want to thank you, the Creative Prague people, the team, this lovely organization, great parties, great people, beautiful people. So thank you very much.
And I also want to thank you, the whole ECBN team, from Isabel, Aaron, Christina, Bernd. What a wonderful cooperation, and I'm looking forward that we will continue and we will make a change, actually. And I also want to thank personally to my team, to Kasia, to Christina, to Barbara Komert, who was preparing today's local forum, Pierre Urban, Tomáš Drahorát over there, and everybody, Petra Číšková, etc. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody. Did I? Alena Alenčová, Zuzka, yeah, everybody, hopefully. Okay, thank you very much, and really thank you that you came to Prague, and it was a really wonderful experience for us.
Thank you.
That was so nice. Now the journey starts.
Thank you.